Hey Drum, how's it going? Let's get this started, shall we? Does my controller work? No?
In the closing years of the Sengoku era, Japan was consumed by perpetual conflict. The fires of war raged on, spreading deep into the mountains, to the land of Ashina.
Is the war finally over?
Here we can see Ishin fighting General Tamura. That's Ishin right there. General Tamura wields the spear that we see later on with Gyobu.
Master swordsman Ishin Ashina staged a bloody coup and wrested control of the land.
A coup is like an uprising, fighting against the people that are in control of the nation.
What's the matter, Stray? Nothing left to lose? Well, would you look at that? Fascinating. Will you join me, starving wolf?
On that day, a young cub was taken from the battlefield. He trained relentlessly, and indeed, went on to become a master shinobi.
Listen, Wolf. You must never forget the shinobi code. As your father, my word is absolute. Your master's is a close second. As of today, he is your master. Defend him with your life. If he is taken, bring him back at any cost. You understand me, don't you, Wolf?
He's likely being shown Kuro there, the Harada estate, which we'll explore later. And later on, when we fight Owl, we'll actually learn more about the Shinobi Code as well.
Some 20 years after Ishin's coup, the Ashina clan was on the brink of collapse. And the shinobi, known as Wolf, had lost everything. Both the man who took him in, the boy, had sworn to protect.
Shinobi. Open your eyes. For the sake of your master.
You can see the Ashina clan tag on the bottom of that note. You can also see one of the divine Everblossom petals on his leg there, drifting away. Whee! Ornamental letter, a letter thrown into a well. Kuro's wolf, your destiny awaits you at the Moonview Tower. Escape from the well and find the tower bathed in moonlight. Even without a blade, you can reach it. Stay silent, stay vigilant. You start off with a couple items. One is the Homeward Idol, which we can use to get to a most recent checkpoint. A small palm-sized wooden Buddha can be used repeatedly. Held by the wolf ever since he was saved by his father, its corners are rounded with use. This Buddha is used to return home. It will return the user to the last visited sculptor's idol or the dilapidated temple. And if you've already beaten the game once, on successive playthroughs, you can start off with Kuro's charm, or a charm received from Kuro, placed on the wolf's person in secret after he lost his life in Harada Estate and gained the power of resurrection. The charm has protected the wolf well, tempering his ordeals. To part with it would mean facing a path of hardship beyond that endured thus far. So, he already has the power of resurrection. We can tell that not only from the petal blossom that we saw a moment ago, but also the white streak on his face here, which is a symptom of dragon rot. And the note that we received from Emma a moment ago is basically telling us that we don't have a weapon equipped, a la Bloodborne, but we're supposed to use our stealth mechanics in order to get through the area. You can see an Ashina Castle up there, which is an area that we'll explore later. Everything is kind of gated off from us, but later on in the game we'll enter the gate this way after fighting Gyobu and the bull, and then make our way up to the castle that way. Advance without being seen by crouching in bushes or moving under floors. If you do not have a sword at the moment, use stealth to avoid enemies and head to the Moonview Tower. If you are about to be seen, warning markers appear above enemies' heads.
That shinobi at the bottom of the well. We didn't shackle him, restrain him, nothing. That doesn't worry anybody?
Not at all. Not only is he unarmed, he has completely lost his will to live. Nothing but a coward. Unworthy of our concern.
It said earlier that Wolf lost the owl, as well as the child he had been sworn to protect. So part of the reason why we find him in the well isn't just because Genichiro's soldiers imprisoned him, but he's also lost his will to carry on. So he's kind of become despondent, given up, as if that guy saw me. Whatever. Oh my god. Okay. Very cool. Very cool. don't even know how he saw me there. I was out of the bush for like half a second and I was right in his line of sight. You can also eavesdrop in Sekiro, where we use Wolf's keen sense of hearing to hear people at a distance and spy on them and gain intel.
The Moonview Tower. It's certainly locked. Nobody fixed that hole in the wall. Ah, don't worry about it. The whole face is the edge of a cliff. No one could pass through it.
You did well to come here. It's been too long, Wolf.
I've come to free you, my lord.
Well then. Raise your head. Kusabimaru, your sword. My shinobi. In accordance with the bond of Lord and Retainer, you will pledge your life in my service.
As you command.
Kasebamaru, a katana given by Kuro, the divine heir. An heirloom of the Harada family, a cadet branch descended from Ashina. Once thought lost, it has found its way back into the hands of the wolf. The name Kusebamaru beseeches. A shinobi's role is to kill, but even a shinobi must not forget mercy, a mantra the blade itself may manifest. Interesting thing about this is the game is set at the end of the Sengoku period, which is, I believe, before katanas technically existed. A katana is a certain type of sword that has certain qualities. I can't necessarily remember the name for the other type of sword that came before it, but katanas did come a short time after the Sengoku period. I'm not actually sure about the etymology on Kusebamaru. Apparently, Kusebamaru means bond. And in a literal meaning, it means to tie with that which is precious, or sword of binding. So, the sword that Kuro gives to you is like a tangible reference to the bond that you have between Kuro and Wolf, that of Lord and Retainer. A retainer is basically somebody who serves a lord. Both Kusibamaru and Sebamaru both have the word, or the prefix Sabi in it, which kind of, to me, almost kind of sounds like saber. Like, I wonder if the etymology comes from the same place or something. And even though that line at the end, a shinobi's role is to kill, but even a shinobi must not forget mercy. A shinobi is another word for a ninja, but it's somebody who is meant to assassinate somebody under cover of night and be secretive about it. So even though your purpose is to stealthily go around killing people, you still have to have some sense of mercy, even if the way with which you kill people isn't necessarily that nice. You know, you can either be a good shinobi or you can be a killer, like a merciless killer. So even though you're ending someone's life, you can still do it in a merciful way. Medicinal pellets to slowly restore vitality. A secret treatment passed down for generations in these lands. Records say it has been used in battles since time long gone, and lent to the famed resilience of Ashina warriors. A pill case full of these pellets would also serve as a battle charm.
Loyal Wolf, I see you are wounded. I have something that may help. It is a special gourd of medicinal waters. Use it to heal your wounds.
A gourd filled with vitality restoring medicine. Resting refills the gourd. Made by an apprentice of the extraordinary Dr. Dogen. Though it is strange that the gourd's medicinal waters refill automatically, the seeds within may hold the secret to how it works. So later on, we're gonna run into Emma, who is one of the creators of this, the apprentice of Dogen. Dogen is Emma's counterpart, but from a previous time. And gourds are a type of plants that when you hollow them out and dry them out, you can use them as a vessel for fluids and water and stuff like that. So when people were traveling in ancient Japan, they would take these dried gourds and fill them up with alcohol or beverages or water and what have you. And I'd imagine that it's the same kind of water and the same kind of seeds that come from the Fountainhead Palace, which helps explain why they restore vitality, because it isn't just the waters aren't just something that grant immortality in this game. They also have healing properties as well.
My lord.
Now then, were you gravely injured? Afterward?
After what?
Do you not remember that night?
I do not.
No. We'll talk about it later. Right now, we must escape Ashina Castle.
As you say.
There's a secret passage beneath the moat bridge that will take us out of the castle. Lord Ishin told me about it once. I ask you to find that secret passage. Once you find it, signal me with a reed whistle. You know, like you used to long ago. I will join you as soon as I hear it. Wolf, do you have something for me?
Sure do. Take it.
This is for you, my lord.
It's from that time. So you noticed then. I see.
I'd like to ask that
Wait,
you keep this
I don't
for
want to
me,
give this to him. Oops.
my lord.
But this charm has protected you all this time. It's held your suffering at bay. I do not wish for you to suffer any more than you already have. That is why I ask you to keep it in your possession.
Okay.
I see. I will keep it for a while longer.
Yes, please do so. Knowing that you possess it is a comfort.
If you hand in Kuro's charm, you gain a debuff that makes it so that you can't block attacks as well. So if you don't have perfect timing on the deflection, you'll still take damage. And this is a lore playthrough, not a challenge run. I'm not good enough at parrying to get through a whole playthrough without suffering, so I'll carry on my actual no Kuro's charm run later, or never, depending on the circumstance. Do I have to go quick? Yeah.
There's a secret passage beneath the moat. Find the secret passage. When you've reached it, I'll come as soon as I hear...
No.
I see.
Another interesting thing here is that he said that Ishin told him about the secret entrance to leave the reservoir. And this is probably a slight foreshadowing to how Ishin will continue to help Kuro and Wolf despite Genichiro being in charge of the military operations here. And essentially, it's also probably Genichiro that locked up these two people. A shinobi aims to break an opponent's posture. Attacking an enemy is one way to achieve this. When an enemy's posture breaks, he is vulnerable to a shinobi death blow. Sometimes relentless attack is not enough to break an enemy's posture. Deflecting enemy attacks is another way to damage their posture. A Master Shinobi uses a combination of deflect and attacks to achieve swift victory. These guys with the hats, you can't really hit them with normal attacks as easy. So you either gotta hit them with charge attacks or deflections. Hey Zach, what's up, man? Playing some Conan Exiles, nice. I played Age of Conan back in the day, but I never tried Exiles yet. Counter slash can be performed immediately after deflecting an attack. This allows you to deal posture damage without giving the enemy time to recover. Ash gripped into a hardened clump, throw it at an enemy to temporarily distract them. In the Sheena, the snow falls thick, and thus the hearth runs thick with ash. It's cold outside, so the fireplace is always on. And a lot of the times when enemies disappear and their bodies fade away, it's ash that appears, mostly with like the bosses and stuff like that. They don't just disappear in like a magic dust like they do in some of the other games. It's supposed to represent ash.
You know that secret passage at the bottom of the moat, under the bridge? We just got orders to guard it. Security's getting tight. War will be upon us very soon.
Here we have one of the Senpo rats. These are malformed little dudes from Senpo Temple that are mostly used to kidnap people and or spy on people in Ashina. We don't have access to the grapple hook yet, because technically the grapple is a part of the arm that Shinobi gets later on, the prosthetic arm. There's some interesting details about Sekiro's or Wolf's outfit. It bears a lot of similarity to Yamamura the Wanderer's outfit from Bloodborne, because Yamamura is supposed to be a precursor to this game. And you can also make out the similarities to the ninja outfit from Dark Souls 1 and 3. It's got the same kind of black garb on it with little bits of red, and there's only red highlights on this one, but I believe the one in Dark Souls 3 has like purple highlights and everything. So take a good look at Wolf's left arm, because this is the most we're gonna see out of it until later on. Or actually, it's the most we're gonna see out of it for now, because we're not gonna see much of it later on. There's a sculptor idol here that we can see, but we don't get to access it until later.
Wolf, you found it. Now let us leave this place.
Yes, my lord.
To think that this is the only way, to run from the fated bloodline, is the only answer. Where shall we go once we're away from the castle? I suppose the first thing we should do is cross the Ashina border. Or perhaps we should hide somewhere. What do you think?
Whatever you desire,
Whatever I desire? That's the wolf I know.
my lord.
Oh, nothing. I was just reminiscing. Onward, then.
That little line there is kind of weird and off-putting in my eyes, but Wolf is like completely and 100% loyal to Kuro, so it doesn't matter what the hell Wolf thinks. It's all about Kuro and his decisions, because Kuro's the master and Wolf is the retainer. So he's fully subservient to his lord. Mostly because of the training from his father, the owl. Adoptive father, the owl. See Senpo Temple there in the background.
The divine heir. Last we stood together was your uncle's funeral.
Lord Genichiro.
No idea who the uncle is there that he mentioned. If you take a close look at Wolf's hands when he reaches for his sword, you can see him slightly fumble when he reaches for the handle here. Later
So
on,
the noble shinobi stands in our way.
he's a lot more determined and confident in his ability. So in the same kind of battle, he doesn't do the same fumble.
You face Genichiro Ashina. Defeated. I cannot.
It's only my second time ever winning that fight, by the way. But as you can see, even if you win, one of the Nightjar throws a shuriken that distracts Wolf long enough for Genichiro to sever his arm off regardless.
A shinobi'd know the difference between honor and victory. The divine heir is coming with me.
Here you can see the Nightjar that threw the shuriken. When you fight them later on, they throw the same type of projectile.
is this?
So you're awake. Looks like death is not your fate. Just yet.
Shinobi prosthetic, the artificial arm of a shinobi passed down by the sculptor. A replica of a human arm fitted with a variety of mechanisms, apparently designed with modification in mind. While it bears a number of cuts and is stained thick with blood and oil, it has been impeccably maintained.
What do you call yourself? Your eyes. The eyes of a wolf who has failed in his duties. Or so it seems to me.
That is not your concern.
Spoken like a true shinobi. I must carve the Buddha. You do what you will.
Why am I here?
All I did was drag you here. Didn't even know if I was dragging a corpse. Couldn't let you get eaten by a pack of wild dogs.
How long was I asleep?
Some time has passed since I found you.
I see.
However, your master yet lives. He's being held prisoner in Ashina Castle. They will soon make use of his bloodline. Looking at you, I'm sure you appreciate the value it has.
My left arm. What did you do to me?
That is what I call the shinobi prosthetic. A fitting fang for a one-armed wolf. Useless when it comes to carving Buddha, though. You can have it.
Shinobi prosthetic.
It is no mere replacement for your lost arm. Come to me if you find any shinobi tools.
Shinobi tools. I see. But this device...
You catch on quick. If you bring me shinobi tools, I'll find a way to fit them to the shinobi prosthetic. Then you'll come to appreciate its worth. I've said too much. Go now.
What did you mean when you said they'll make use of his bloodline?
I don't know much about him, except the dragon's heritage. There's a special kind of blood by that name, and that blood runs through your master's veins.
So the divine heir...
Someone's after him. Might be that the strange things happening to your body have something to do with that.
Strange things happening to my body is referring to the white hair and the white mark on his face. Probably as well as his ability to withstand so much bloody damage and come back from the dead, you know?
You're quite the strange one. Yet other peculiar visitors have come to this temple. There's one in the clearing to the right of the gate leading off the temple grounds. Two strangers in strange circumstances. You two might get along. You again. I must carve the Buddha. You do what you will. Yes, right. That kind-faced Buddha you see over there. Don't do anything funny with it. You see the kind-faced Buddha there? That isn't one of mine. It was carved by the true sculptor. When a man must confront what is inside of him, it can probably be of help.
Confront what is inside him?
Anger, sadness, or perhaps old memories of times long gone. That kind of thing.
So we'll talk more about the sculptor and the idols later on. But in order for the sculptor to prevent something from happening because of the karmic debt that he's accrued over his life, He basically has to carve these idols over and over and over again to quell the rage that's growing inside of him. But this particular idol, he says, was carved by the true sculptor. I'm not necessarily sure what the identity is behind the true sculptor, but when we use this idol, as Sculptor just said, we use it to confront the feelings or the memories that we have. And that's sort of a big thing about Buddhism, I guess, is that it's not just about the cycle of life, death, and rebirth, but Buddhists recognize that the life of a human is one of suffering. So in order to deal with that suffering, you have to confront it. One of the things we'll find out later on is that Sekiro doesn't necessarily remember some things that happened. When we talked to Kuro earlier, Kuro asked him about that night, and Wolf said that he had no recollection of that night. So in order for Wolf to face those memories, he has to use this idol and visit the Hirata estate to regain them. Remnants. Shinobi can leave behind shadows of their past actions known as remnants. Remnants are left to disciple one's peers. Some are masters of the way ahead, others provoke sporting rivalries. So these are like the notes that are in this game, except instead of just leaving a message with a gesture, you can actually record footage of yourself jumping around or completing an objective of some sort, and that way you can kind of show other players what they can do in the same situation. Sculptor's idols serve as a checkpoint and can be found throughout Oshina. Resting in a sculptor's idol will completely replenish vitality and restore 1 use of resurrection. Additionally, quick items and spirit emblems in storage will be added to your current inventory. With some exceptions, resting will also revive defeated enemies. And this is the dilapidated temple. It's kind of like our main base of operations. In Japan, you're not supposed to brandish weapons when entering temples or holy places. So as Wolf approaches the staircase, he always puts away his weapon before entering the temple out of respect. I think you're also not supposed to wear boots and shoes inside of temples or like indoors in Japan at all. Basically, it's considered very rude. But he just puts away his weapon, obviously. I'll talk more about these little notes of paper when we get some spirit emblems later on. But the spirit emblems themselves are also little sheets of paper, and these I believe are like memorial offerings. Somebody writing a message of farewell to a loved one and leaving it at the temple. The name Dilapidated Temple and the look of it implies that, it's not really like a main temple of worship anymore. It's just where people who have nowhere else to go, like Sculptor, Wolf, and this guy. Can't remember this. What the hell is his name? Can't remember. Hanbei the Undying. And one of the interesting things about this area in the temple is the graves and tombstones that are all over the walls. You always find these at places that are centered around death and stuff like that. So each one of these statues here is basically a tombstone. You can kind of make it out here a little bit better. And these are all over the walls in this area.
Never seen you before. Your name? Won't tell me. But you do have the look of a skilled shinobi. A shinobi. Or perhaps... Sir, please heed my humble request. Face me in battle. Damn. Still alive. That swordsmanship. It was a thing to behold. Few have managed to kill me in such a thorough manner.
What are you?
Some call it undying. Others, infested. I can't die, so I just am. How about you? What brings you to a rundown temple like this? Seems you have a lot on your mind. Say, why don't you use me for some sword practice? Might come in handy for whatever your mission is. A warm body that can't die might prove useful to you. I volunteer mine. Well?
Very well.
Right then. Let's go. They say, swinging one sword is a cure for boredom. Have you noticed? This temple attracts those with nowhere else to go. I certainly fit that description. And I suppose that's why interesting things make their way into the offering box from time to time. Come back whenever you like. If you have techniques to try out, I'm at your disposal.
So Hanbei the Undying essentially acts as a living target dummy for us. If we want to get used to the combat mechanics in Sekiro, or if we learn a new technique we want to try out, we can use it on him because he's unkillable. You saw how he kind of like raised up from the ground, like almost kind of like he floated up. Creatures that are infested have this kind of like supernatural ability to remain undead. So you can also see that he has a lot of scars and marks all over his body. There's the concept of immortality, and then there's the concept of undeath. When you're immortal, you can't be killed. You can be resurrected through some use of spiritual or magical power, or you simply cannot be harmed, like in the case of Kuro. But when you're undead, you're technically already dead, but you can't, like, you're still alive despite being dead. So there's a big difference between the undying and the infested, who Hanbei kind of represents, and the people who have the rejuvenating waters or the divine heritage, which is what Wolf and Kuro represent. The offering box, when you get past certain breakpoints in the game, you might not be able to access certain areas again, and you might not be able to get certain items depending on what happens. So if you miss an item and you can't get it anymore, it'll appear here at the offering box. The Shinobi Prosthetics grappling hook allows access to normally unreachable places and a chance to take the high ground. Nearby grapple points are designated with a circular symbol. When this symbol turns green, the grapple point is within reach. As you can see, the path here is blocked off. We don't actually come around this way later on in the game, which I remember being like, I always, on my first playthrough, I was like, oh, I wonder what's over there, but we never end up coming around that way. The grappling hook not only allows us to reach heights, but also cross gaps. It's a pretty fun way to get around. It also lends into the verticality of the game. So here we have the outskirts. We're going to progress around this way in order to gain access to the castle. But from here, you can almost see the courtyard where we end up fighting Gyobu, just above our head. This building here is where we talk to the Tengu, and that big building up there is Ashina Castle. And apart from being checkpoints, they also act as fast travel locations. Ungo sugar. Sugar candy made in Sunpo Temple, sustaining Ungo's blessing, temporarily reduces vitality damage taken from physical attacks. Bite the candy and take the Ungo stance to impart its inhuman benediction. A benediction is like a blessing. By doing so, you endure the excess karma of man from the spirits within. Senpo monks spread this candy across Ashina in honor of her military heroes. So, each of the sugars represents one of the headless that we'll fight later on. When we actually defeat the headless, we'll get a reusable item which bears their name. This is also the first item that mentions the Senpo monks and Senpo temple, which we'll explore later on. And it says that when we bite the candy and take the stance, we endure the excess karma of man from the spirits within. So, karma is like... There's not really a super duper easy way to explain karma, but if you do good things, you gain good karma. If you do bad things, you gain bad karma. So, by biting the sugar and assuming his stance, we kind of take on the karmic debt that these military heroes have had before they passed on. And we also see a lot of karma when we're talking about sculpture or the sculptor and why he is sculpting the idols and everything. As if you saw me. For some reason, they decided to add a loot magnet to the game. So enemies will drop stuff, but you have to hold down a button to vacuum up the extra items. If they don't drop an item on the ground, you have to vacuum up the other stuff that they drop. Not necessarily sure why they decided to do that mechanic. But yeah, the first area in Sekiro is designed to show you that there's multiple ways to go through an area. You don't just walk through the same path that everybody else does and go through the same doors. If you want to use the grappling hook or use stealth to your advantage, you can have multiple ways to handle a situation. A piece of pottery that breaks with a satisfying crack when thrown. Throw it at an enemy to draw their attention. Throwing and smashing such pieces made for a popular sport amongst the Shina boys. Even after growing up, they remember the old games well. You can not only use this to distract enemies, but you can also use it to pull individual enemies. And you can also throw them at airborne enemies to knock them out of the air, the same way that you use the shuriken later on. Eiko's sugar. Boost attack power for a time. The spirits embody excess karma. One must bite down hard on the candy and endure what has been brought to pass. Hey Rambo Ring, how's it going? I'm doing good, thanks. Just enjoying some Sekiro. I'm getting hit by the most basic enemy in the game. I gotta work on my deflections. can parry damn near, or you can deflect damn near everything in the game, and they're pretty generous with the idols as well. Grab this and then rest. It's also kind of funny that you can deflect dogs, like you're using a sword to deflect their teeth or something. Here we can see one of the Nightjar assassins, and here's one of the projectiles that they hit us with earlier when we were fighting Genichiro. Shuriken Wheel, a mechanical device made by the mechanical genius Dogen, can be fit into the shinobi prosthetic to become a working prosthetic tool. While it is palm size, a surprising number of shuriken could fit into the shuriken wheel, as the edges were designed for stacking. A fine example of what can be achieved when one matches mechanical finesse with a shinobi's talent. And that's just saying that if we find a tool, we can equip it at the sculptor. Shuriken can also be called throwing stars, is what you usually hear them referred to as. I remember being a kid, and you know, you get like a ninja Halloween costume with little plastic throwing stars. I've never seen that happen before. Stupid bird. The grappling hooks in different areas all have different appearances. Like, they aren't just like arbitrary hooks you grab onto sometimes. Sometimes they're little ornaments and statues. Here we can see a fish with a dragon head. And later on I'll talk about the parallels between fish and dragons, but I mean, I guess I can talk about it right now. When we go to the Fountainhead Palace, which is where the Divine Dragon, where we eventually find our way to the Divine Dragon, there's also a giant carp that's there. And I'm not necessarily sure exactly why dragons are associated with immortality, but a lot of different dragons throughout dragons throughout ancient history are basically just bones that were dug up that the ancient cultures didn't know what they were. So that's why you have like Japanese dragons and then like medieval European kind of dragons. And even though they're in like wildly different places, there's very similar stories that mostly came from fossils of dinosaurs or other creatures being dug up that they just had no explanation for. When we're talking about Soulsborne, dragons have always been associated with immortality ever since like Dark Souls. In Demon Souls, dragons were a type of demon. I don't necessarily think they had that kind of immortality vibe, but ever since Dark Souls 1, it's definitely been a main theme. And it's also because dragons kind of represent the divine in some way. They're like these giant, magical, mystical creatures that we have very little explanation for. And when it comes down to carp, carp is a type of fish that it's kind of like a goldfish. They live for a very long time, and they'll grow to fit into whatever sort of environment they inhabit. So if you have like a wild carp out in the ocean or whatever freshwater lakes you find them in, they can grow to be a very large size and be very, very old. So there's a parallel between creatures that can live very long and immortality, because it's not, immortality doesn't just mean that you can't die. You know, it means that the longer you stay alive, the older you are. It's fucking 10 out of 10 logic there. But there's going to be a lot of parallels between multiple different creatures as well as dragons later on. If you want to get a free death blow on this guy, you can sneak around this way. And this is one of the generals that we can fight. Very similar outfit to what we saw with Tamura earlier. Some enemies are unguardable. Some enemies use unguardable perilous attacks, signified with a danger symbol. That's what that red icon means. It's the kanji for danger. When these occur, watch carefully and look to perform a specific response. So you can parry, if it's a thrust attack, you can parry right as it lands to deflect it. If it's a sweep, you can jump above it to avoid it. And if it's a grab, you have to get out of the range of the grab. So depending on what type of perilous attack it is, there's a different option select that's the best way to avoid it or deflect it. That attack there resets their posture. It's just spamming the sweep attack. A loose prayer bead, offering 4 of them in a sculptor's idol, will increase maximum vitality and posture. So you collect 4 of these, you get more health and more posture. Gourd seed, a seed from which healing waters continuously spring forth. Give to Emma to increase the maximum uses of the healing gourd. So it's kind of like the Estus shard from the previous games. The more seeds we get when we hand into Emma, the more heals we get per rest at an idol. The twisted gourd of medicinal waters was known throughout Ashina since long ago, but it was the extraordinary healer Dogen and his pupil Emma who discovered the self-replenishing nature of this seed. Gachian sugar. The High Senpo priest gave this candy to a band of short but adept assassins. Suppresses sound and presence for a time, making the user harder to detect. Bite the candy and take the Gachian stance to impart its inhuman benediction. The assassins do Senpo's dirty work, once hired guards, now extensions of the monk's will in their quest for undeath. So the Senpo monks were up to a bunch of experiments and kidnappings and the sort, because they were trying to achieve the same sort of power that the rejuvenating waters offered. Ugh, Jesus. Okay, I kind of fucked this up, didn't I? There's another little spot you can drop down to over here. bundled Jizo statue. Small Buddha effigy bound in red cloth. Raise in prayer between one's palms to restore a node of resurrective power. To ensway the Jizo statue is to express feelings of parental love. The bundle of cloth is to at least ensure that the little one goes on in peace. So Jizo is a Shinto deity. There's two main religious things that we see in the story in Sekiro. One is Buddhism and the cycle of life, death, and rebirth, and the other is Shinto. Shinto is Japanese belief, and it's basically just if you believe in spirits, you believe in Shinto from a Japanese perspective. So it doesn't matter whether it's a good spirit or a bad spirit. Shinto is just the belief that spirits can inhabit objects or parts of nature or places of nature. And there's a saying in Japan that says there's a little god in everything. So it could be a river, it could be a lake, it could be a stone. Anything that's a part of nature can inhabit some sort of spiritual energy or spiritual presence. The same goes for inanimate statues as well. Like you've heard about how everyday objects and items can become possessed by a spirit, whether it's malevolent or benevolent. And another big facet of Shinto belief is that you can attract spirits to certain objects or repel spirits by performing certain rituals and sayings and everything. When it comes to Jizo, he is a deity in the Shinto belief, and when a child or a baby passes on and dies, their spirit has to travel along a river to make its way to the afterlife. But typically what happens is because the death of the child causes grief to the parents, it usually means that the child is not able to go on in peace. They're trapped in this river, unable to pass on to the afterlife. So Jizo travels along these rivers and looks for these lost children, and if they're being harassed by yokai, which is a malevolent Japanese spirit, he will wrap them up in a red cloth in an effort to protect them. Jizo is the Japanese version of Bodhisattva Ksitigarbha, a Buddhist bodhisattva worshipped mainly in East Asia. His assimilation within a group of kami is the Japanese word for spirit, is an example of the Japanese syncretism of Buddhism and Shinto. A bodhisattva is somebody who is trying to be like Buddha. They're a person who is aspiring to be like Buddha and trying to act like them. Whether it's either to become a Buddha themselves or just to help other people along their path of suffering is up to the individual, I suppose. So Jizo is an example of a dosojin, and it's a type of spirit or kami, which is they're believed to protect travelers, pilgrims, and villages, and individuals from evil spirits. So yeah, Jizo is a spirit that protects the spirits of infants from yokai, which are malevolent kami or spirits. Statues of Jizo can be found along mountain passes or harrowing roads in Japan, often dressed in red, sometimes white. Small stones are frequently piled in front of a Jizo statue, a tradition believed to relieve a child of their penance. When I was researching Jizo and I heard about the statue of when a child is trapped along this river, unable to pass on to the afterlife, one of the ways that they pay penance to their parents for the grief that they caused them is by piling up stones along the river. These piles of stones are typically called cairns. You can see examples of cairns in Bloodborne. When you go to the Nightmare Frontier, there's piles of rocks in that area, and there's also piles of seashells in the fishing hamlet. So cairns are prevalent throughout a bunch of different cultures and religious beliefs, but in Japan specifically, when the spirit of a child is unable to pass on, they pile statues in an effort to relieve their parents of their grief or the child of their penance. A penance is something you have, like a ritual you have to perform, or an offering you have to give in an effort to not just make somebody feel better, but also like get rid of grief and stuff like that. You also give penance to people when you bury them so that their spirit can carry on to the afterlife. This is why some cultures in Europe put coins above over people's eyes so that they can pay the ferryman in order to reach the afterlife. And this is also partially why you see ancient kings and like Egyptian people of power buried with like treasure and gold and stuff like that. It's to make sure that they can pay their way into the afterlife and their spirit can carry on. In Sekiro, you use these to restore a node of resurrective power. So if you can't make it to a checkpoint, like you're in the middle of a boss fight or something, and you have no resurrections available, you can use a Jizo statue to not only give you a node of resurrective power, but you can also grant your ability to resurrect. Sometimes when you die, a black bar will appear over your resurrective power, and if you use a Jizo statue or a dragon's blood droplet, you can use it to get rid of that black bar, enabling you to res again. So we'll see more of these dudes when we make our way to Gunfort and everything. I can't remember what these guys are called right now. They're descendants of the Okami because they're weak to the same blue poison rust from the Sebamaru. And shit, what the hell are these guys called? They're from the Sunken Valley. Sunken Valley something? They're from the Sunken Valley clan, I guess is probably the best way to put it. But, this guy kind of helping protect the Ashina Castle gate implies that the Sunken Valley clan is kind of working with Genichiro's army. Black grains forming the base for gunpowder. Material used in alchemical prosthetic tool upgrades, including those of an explosive and occultic nature. Even the most mundane forms of gunpowder have a wide variety of applications. The Japanese were really the first culture or nation to employ gunpowder and firearms and cannons and stuff like that. I think we all know about like Japanese fireworks and stuff like that, but they were basically the first to come up with these sort of applications. I'm not necessarily sure what occultic means in this regard. Typically when we're talking about the occult, you have like holy religious orders, so like the worship of God, the worship of spirits and kami, but occultic implies that it's against those beliefs. So occult is basically a blanket term for anything that is against stuff being holy and righteous. If it's unholy and unrighteous, it's considered occultic. I think other items later on refer to this as well. Like a lot of the stuff that we can use to upgrade our prosthetic arm with is referred to as occultic, but I don't really understand the full grasp of the context behind it. But yeah, this is a resource that we use to unlock the different things for our prosthetic tool later on, or our prosthetic arm later on. A purse filled with a small amount of sen. It can be used to acquire the sen inside, has a somewhat satisfying weight to it. The sen in this purse is not lost upon death. So, when you die in this game, you don't just lose your experience, but you also lose any money you might have gotten. So, if you buy a coin purse, you can basically sort of use that as an investment, so that you don't lose that money when you die. Chickens. What are these guys still doing here? What the fuck? Thank you, game. Stupid Activision tooltips. Oops. You can sneak around this guy and get a death blow, but I kind of miffed it. You can see there the ash that I was mentioning earlier. Some enemies, instead of having their bodies fall on the ground, they disappear in a pile of ash. And this is basically the stomping grounds. This is where every new Sekiro player learns how to play the game and learns the in and outs of the combat. Amiibo balloon filled with fountainhead water, imbued with the blessing of wealth. If one pops the golden Amiibo balloon and prays, those its water splashes upon will acquire more coin for a period of time. Mibu means aquatic life, or life born of the water. The Ashina considered the fountainhead water itself to be worthy of worship. So we'll eventually come across the Mibu fishing village, and each of the different types of balloons that we can find have the same water from the Mibu village. And when it says Mibu means aquatic life, or life born of the water, there's two different ways to infer this that comes up later on. One is you can have flowing fresh water where there's like a source of water and it goes from one source to another, and this means that it's fresh water, so it's constantly being resupplied with fresh new water, and certain types of life are born in this type of water. It also represents rejuvenation and that sort of stuff. And you can also have aquatic life born from still bodies of water. Stagnant water is a body of water in a pool that isn't being refreshed with fresh water. It's just sitting there and becoming stagnant over time. But even though stagnant water is considered more like gross and defiled because it gets more and more gross over time, certain types of life are still born in stagnant water. So even though we consider stagnant water to be impure, you can still have a form of aquatic life spring up from it. Like centipedes are the best example. Centipedes are obviously a big figure in the story in Sekiro, as well as appearing in the story in Bloodborne as well. So some species of life need fresh water in order to lay their eggs, like fish and other types of things. But when it comes down to like frogs and centipedes and other types of creatures, they need bodies of water that are still and unmoving so that the eggs don't get swept away or destroyed as part of the process. And this is also the what the contrast is between the divine dragon and the rejuvenating waters in Sekiro and Wolf, along with the undying and the infested. One group represents flowing, rejuvenating water of the Fountainhead Palace. The other group represents the stagnation of this water overflowing and leading to undeath.
Who is it? Is somebody there? Sir? Perhaps I'm imagining things. Who is it? Is somebody there?
Yes.
That voice. No. Could it be? Sir, my name is Inosuke Nogami, a vassal of the Hirata family. Or at least I was. I ask a favor. Might you look in on the old lady in that house? She's my mother, but her mind is failing. She cannot tell one from another.
So when we talk to him, he recognizes us, he recognizes our voice, because we talked to him previously at the Hirata estate, of which he used to be a vassal. I'm gonna look up the word vassal real quick because I always forget what the hell it actually means. It's basically like a servant for a royal family or nobility. A vassal is a holder of land by feudal tenure on conditions of homage and allegiance, a person or country in a subordinate position to another. So yeah, he would have been a servant to the Hirata family.
Oh, is that you, Inosuke? My son, have you seen the young master? What? Nothing to say? Does your stomach hurt or something? You always had a weak stomach. Well, anyway, take this bell. It's a charm I made with the young master in mind. Please, offer it to Buddha for his sake.
if we use the "I'm not your son" dialogue, which I probably should have chosen there, we get the feeling that she's basically become senile at this point. As Inosuke says, she can't tell one from another. So even though we're not her son, she basically thinks that everybody is her son because she's becoming senile. Young Lord's bell charm, received from an old woman who asked that it be offered to Buddha. Bell charms protect their holders throughout Buddha's divine protection. If one finds themselves the owner of another's bell charm, offering it to the Buddha on their behalf is common courtesy. The sculptor at the dilapidated temple can advise on how it should be offered. Now, even though you received this from the old lady, you can see by the name that it belongs to the young Lord Kuro. When we go to the Hirata estate later on and we face Lady Butterfly, in that cutscene, we'll actually see the young Lord's bell charm hanging at his side.
Inosuke, my son, have you offered the bell charm to Buddha? Have you tried the rundown temple with that stubborn sculptor in it? I'm sure you'll find Buddha there.
Sir, the man from before, right? I wanted to thank you for humoring my mother. That bell's troubled her for a long, long time. She kept muttering incoherently. Something about offering it to Buddha.
Got a little side path here we can take. You can see here a little grave site. There's some tombstones. We have the possession balloon, a Mibu balloon filled with the fountainhead water, imbued with the blessing of fortune. If one pops this vibrant green Mibu balloon and prays, those its water splashes upon will have a higher chance of obtaining items. So the previous one we got makes us get more money. This one increases the item drop rate of enemies. Hey Uncle Ben, what's up, man? Is it just the possession balloon that has the butterflies in it? Yeah, the balloon of wealth just has water, but the possession balloon has butterflies in it. Alright, I'm gonna see what the Japanese word for gravestone is. I mean, I guess they're just tombstones. There's no real other word for them or anything. But wherever we see these in the game, it's basically a burial site. As I will show you guys later on. I wonder why this stealth wall is here. Like, we can hug the wall for some reason. Very strange. We can see a giant snake skin here. This is foreshadowing the Serpent of the Valley that we're going to run into later. Oops. Iron dregs mined in Ashina. Widely used for basic reinforcement, it can serve as a base material for prosthetic tool upgrades. Ashina is burdened with thick snow and infertile land, but the scrap iron dug from her soil is anything but crude. Dregs are when you forge or smelt different types of steel of higher quality. The dregs are the little bits at the bottom that are still metal, but they aren't as good a quality. And this is obviously the first of the qualities of iron that we have in the game. So they are dregs, indicating they're the lowest quality. And dregs are something that we see throughout the Soulsborne games. We have them in Dark Souls, where they're associated with darkness. And in Bloodborne as well, we have the vile blood dregs. rest. Is there an item over here that I missed or anything? Sure was. Here we can see a pyre. It's not just an ordinary bonfire though. You can see that there's the corpse of a horse and a bunch of human bodies in there as well. Oh yeah, and I forgot to mention, the reason why this entire area looks pretty war-torn, like there's a bunch of blown out buildings that have been half destroyed, is because this part of the Hirata Castle was recently attacked by the Central Forces of Japan. The Interior Ministry, the Central Forces of Japan, they're trying to work their way from the middle of Japan and go outwards to the neighboring areas and try to take over the place. But Ashina is trying to resist their control. They want to remain independent, so as a result, the Central Forces have been attacking Hirata for a while now, which we'll see more of evidence of later.
I know you. Yeah. You're that good Sir Shinobi, sir. Huh? Well, I haven't seen you since, well, since that night.
What night?
You don't remember?
No.
Oh, I see. You don't remember. Listen, sir, you and I, we've met before. I was a thief back then. But those days are behind me. Now, I'm an upright and honest merchant. Only problem is, I'm broke. And being broke, I don't have anything to sell. So, good sir, would you mind lending me just a few coins to get my business going? I'll stock something useful just for you. You bet I will. And as a little bonus, I'll tell you all about that night. What do you think? Pretty good deal, right?
They actually nerfed this. It used to cost a lot more money, but now it costs you 10 sen.
Here's some coin.
Thanks, good sir.
Now talk.
Yes, of course. That night. So my gang broke into the Hirata estate. Now, as you're aware, the Hirata family is part of the Ashina. Now, normally they'd mop the floor with petty thieves like us. I mean, no sweat. But it just so happens we broke in during a battle. Yeah. Almost all the young samurai were away from home, and it was a prime opportunity. Then, we started a fire and cleaned out the place. That there's when I met you. You were looking for something. At least, that's what it looked like to me. Well, that's all I know about that night.
I see.
Yeah, that look you're making now. You had that same look on your face that night. You still looking for something? Listen, good sir. For a price, I might be able to tell you some other tidbits you might find useful. For a price, of course. I'm a merchant now, you know, so...
Hey, Lucidity. See, Anayama is probably the best voice actor in this game. Some of the voice actors are kind of weak in Sekiro, like Wolf and Kuro and Emma, but Anayama is a good example of the kind of standard you expect from a FromSoft game in terms of voice acting. Absolutely top tier.
I'll buy some information.
Thank you very much for your patronage. Since you're a shinobi, I'll give you some information about shinobi tools.
If you could.
Now, I've seen this tube. A tube with fire blasting out of it. Huh? When we broke into the Hirata estate, one of my pals nabbed one. That's the sound the fire makes when it blasts out.
A tattered note written by Anayama seems to be from some years ago. Lucrative info number 36. When we broke into Harada Estate, we found a barrel that spewed flame. The boys lit a roaring bonfire with it and made merry with the drink. Must have been a shinobi's tool. Hey Cabretti, what's up, man?
A fire shooting tube at the Hirata estate. We'll keep that in mind.
Yeah, there is no Patches in this game. Patches is basically the same character in Demon Souls, Dark Souls, and Bloodborne. But when it comes down to Anayama... What the fuck? Cabretti with the gift sub! Yeah! Gifting a sub to Black Goatee. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. There is no Patches in this game. He isn't the same character. But if you take a look at Anayama's outfit, you can see that it's a bunch of patched together pieces of fabric. And you can also see that he has an eye patch made out of a seashell. So aside from both of them being a vendor, there's no real like carryover between Patches and this guy, aside from the clothing that Anayama wears.
Man was from Hirata. I must pay my respects.
Lord Kuro,
Lady Emma, are there other Hirata survivors?
there are very few of us left.
I see. Apologies. There's no end to those who seek the dragon's heritage. This was their fate. Because of those that pursued me. I didn't mean to involve them.
So similar to the remnants that we saw before, where other players can kind of leave notes for the player, we also see remnants of Kuro and Emma throughout this kind of stage, because we know that Kuro has been taken from us, and what we're seeing are memories that Kuro has as he was making his way up to Ashina Castle. Wolf and Kuro have this like kind of inseparable bond because of the dragon's blood and the the dragon's heritage. So this allows Wolf to see memories that Kuro has.
I don't feel safe with that big bastard just tied up next to us. I'd rather not be gravely injured just before the war begins.
Ah, if the worst happens, only choice is to use fire. Those red eyes fear fire. That's what the Lord's proclamation said.
Proclamations? What a joke. Ashina sure has a funny way of preparing for war.
So there's a bunch of gameplay hints as we go along that say any enemy with red eyes fears fire or is weak to it. There's an ogre up here that's bound to a pole or something. And if we use fire against them, even if the fire doesn't hit him, it'll stun him for a moment because he fears it so much. Here we can see another one of those fireplaces, except this one is not on fire at the moment, so we can make out some more details. Burning the bodies of the dead is a good way to prevent infection from spreading. But it's also unceremonious, so you really only resort to it in Japan if there's like no other way to get rid of the bodies, or if there's too many dead bodies to get rid of. Gotta take out the cannon dude again. Didn't lock onto him for some reason. What the hell? Why can't I fucking... So the easiest guy in the game to parry.
Care to purchase an offering?
An offering?
Indeed. I sell items to be offered to the dead, so they might rest in peace. From the looks of you, I'd wager you know a thing or two about death. Go ahead, buy an offering.
Antidote powder. A powerful antidote concocted by the Sunken Valley clan. Heals status of abnormality poison and temporarily increases poison resistance. Magnetite deposits are found in the Sunken Valley, but the place is dangerously toxic. Antidote powder is essential for anyone attempting to mine the ore. And we also have Robert's firecrackers. Firecrackers from across southern seas can be fitted in the shinobi prosthetic to become a prosthetic tool. Makes a deafening sound, frightening to animals. Sold by little Robert and his father to raise funds for their travels. Their voyage brought them to Japan, where they would seek the undying in an attempt to extend Robert's life. So the armored warrior is a boss that we'll fight later on, and he protects the gate that takes us to Senpo Temple, and when he dies, he will yell the name of his son. Now, when it comes to across southern seas, there's a big debate over where Robert and his father actually come from. But if they come from across the southern seas, like some people think they must come from Europe because of the heavy armor that they wear and like the sword that he has or something. But if we look south of Japan, you can obviously see that Europe is west of Japan. It's not to the south. So here we have Japan. And south of Japan, we have Taiwan, the Philippines, Indonesia, and Australia. So I think these are pretty good options for where they might be from. I'm not necessarily sure, like if people from Indonesia or the Philippines had armor back then. I think I looked it up a long time ago, but I can't necessarily remember what I found out. It could also be from Australia because of the name. Like Robert doesn't necessarily sound like a name from the Philippines or from Indonesia. It sounds kind of Australian. But I'm not actually sure if... Like, I'm not sure what was going on with Australia at the time of the Sengoku era. I'm not necessarily sure if it was already inhabited by the people from Europe or whatever, or whether it was still in like a prison state or whatever the hell it was. Australia in the early days was used as a prison for a lot of the people from the... I don't want to say Spanish conquests, but like the British Empire, I guess. But I'm pretty sure it's either Philippines or Indonesia, but the name Robert is really what throws a wrench in the gears, because Robert doesn't sound like a name from either of those places. But that could also be an indication of the British Empire's being around in this area as well. So maybe the armor came from the Philippines or Indonesia, but then the name comes from Australia. I'm not really sure, but definitely not Europe, unless we count the English Empire traveling to those areas. Yeah, it goes Roberto. Robert is Roberto in Portuguese. Is Portugal part of that group as well? Like Portugal is south of Japan, I guess. Or is Portugal in... Where the hell is Portugal? Yeah, it's a southern European country that borders Spain. And I do remember somebody saying that the armor that Armored Warrior wears does look kind of like Portuguese in some sort of way. But I think the biggest wrench in that gear is that it says specifically, well, it says that the firecrackers come from across southern seas, right? So the firecrackers coming from across southern seas doesn't necessarily mean that Robert and his father come from those places. Because if they were trying to raise funds for their travels, they could have come across the firecrackers from one of those countries while coming from a different country. Right? So maybe they're originally from Spain or Portugal, but came across the firecrackers along their travels and then made their way up to Japan. Because if you were traveling across the water, you would have to go around and across all that shit as well to get to Japan from Spain and Portugal. You wouldn't be able to go north. You'd have to go all the way south and around and passing by all these other countries that I mentioned. So yeah, it's an interesting debate, but I can't really remember if anybody figured out where his armor specifically came from, but we'll deal with that later on when we actually talk about the Armored Warrior and do that fight and everything.
Where you find the just like the crows, wherever your travels take you, make sure you bring some offerings with you.
I skipped a line of dialogue there, but each one of these offering dudes always says that wherever you find the departed, you'll find the memorial mob. The memorial mob is what these vendors call themselves, and each one of them has different offerings. They're always in one of these little tents, but each tent has different offerings available.
Care to purchase an offering? Don't use that thing around here. You'll scare the crows. They're very intelligent. Leaps and bounds smarter than other animals. Cruelty won't be tolerated.
So I got a couple different tools I can unlock now. I got the shuriken and the firecrackers. $1550s, and one was the Sengoku era. The Sengoku era is a period in Japanese history of near constant civil war and social upheaval from 1467 to 1615. So it does match up there then.
You truly returned from the dead. The power of the dragon's blood. I never thought I'd see it with my own eyes.
Who are you?
My name is Emma. I am a doctor serving a certain master.
What master?
Forgive me, but for his safety, I cannot reveal his identity. However, my master gave explicit orders to assist you in any way I can. I'm not telling you to trust me. However, I must fulfill my master's orders. The gourd of medicinal water you possess, that was originally a creation of mine. I am a doctor. and I will assist you in that capacity.
Hey Dracula, what's up, man? Gotta restart my chat bot again.
Did I hear the ringing of a chime?
It was probably this bell. I was told to offer it to Buddha.
Does
Hey,
the
Chunk,
bell
what's up,
hold
man?
any significance for you? If it does, talk to the sculptor. He is quite knowledgeable when it comes to Buddha.
I saw
Yes,
you and Lord Kuro in a vision.
a vision.
Yes. Where is Lord Kuro right now?
He's being kept near the keep at Ashina Castle. The gate to the castle, however, is shut.
I see.
I'm glad you've come, Master Wolf.
You made this gourd.
Yes, it was intended for Lord Kuro, but it seems he entrusted it to you. I'm sure you may have noticed, but the medicinal waters in this gourd spring forth on their own. Even after being emptied, you will find it full again after a short rest.
Yes. Is there a way to improve it?
Bring me gourd seeds.
Gourd seeds?
Yes, medicinal waters flow from gourd seeds. Adding new seeds will increase the volume of these medicinal waters. If you find any, bring them to me.
All right. Is this a gourd seed?
Yes. Bring it here. Plant the seed into the gourd. Perfect. Now the volume of medicinal waters in your gourd will increase.
Such a strange medicine.
Is it strange? I don't take any offense to that. If it's effective, then that's cause for celebration, whether it's strange or not. That's what my mentor Dogen taught me.
I see.
Please bring me any other gourd seeds you find. I should be able to further increase the volume of the medicinal water. I'd like to make a request.
What is it?
Please show me your face.
What?
This white mark, is it a birthmark?
No.
Then that must mean it appears on those who have received the dragon's heritage. Or perhaps it's a symptom.
Are you done?
Yes, that will be all. I'm sorry. That was rather rude of me.
So, whenever we're dealing with people who have received the dragon's heritage or are in some way connected with the divine dragon in the Fountainhead Palace, they bear these white marks. Sekiro has the white mark on his face and on his hair. Kuro has white strands of hair, as well as the divine child of the rejuvenating waters. And we can also see white hair on a bunch of the enemies in the Fountainhead Palace, which are also related to the rejuvenating waters. She also says, apart from it being related to the dragon's heritage, that it might also be a symptom. This is foreshadowing the dragon rot, which we'll find out about later on. And then when we run into the divine child of the rejuvenating waters at Senpo Temple, she also refers to it as a curse. So you might think of the power of resurrection being something that is beneficial, but the story of dragon rot and its implications tells us that the more resurrected power is abused, the more people end up suffering from it.
So, it's not a birthmark. Then, that must mean it appears on those who have received the dragon's heritage. Or perhaps it's a symptom. Oh, did I hear the ringing of a chime?
It was probably this bell. I was told to offer it to Buddha.
Does the bell hold any significance for you? If it does, talk to the sculptor. He is quite knowledgeable when it comes to Buddha.
What is it?
Seems to me your battle sense has returned. You're more like a shinobi than before, if only a little. Take this.
Shinobi Esoteric Text. A book of secrets that details a variety of techniques employed by shinobi, grants the ability to learn shinobi-style skills. Within this text are the innermost secrets of the shinobi arts, such as attacks performed in the air and hiding one's body to avoid detection. Such moves could never be practiced by samurai. Samurai are upfront warriors. They believe in honor above all else. So samurais believe in facing your opponents head on and challenging them to one-on-one combat, whereas shinobi are stealthy ninja assassins who are meant to use the cover of night and stealth to dispatch their enemies without them even knowing where they are. So if you've ever played Ghosts of Tsushima, there's two different paths you can take in that game. You can either be pure samurai or you can do all the shinobi stuff, and that has some effects on the game. Like the more shinobi stuff you do, the more storms and darker kind of environmental weather effects you'll see. But samurai and shinobi have two distinct different codes they have to adhere to. They have different rules they must abide by in order to be either a samurai or a shinobi. So that's what it means there, that such moves could never be practiced by a samurai, because a samurai would consider them to be too sneaky and too back-ended for them to be honorable.
What is it?
Shinobi techniques. Recorded within are fighting techniques that cannot be performed by samurai. Whether you make use of them or not is up to you. Shinobi aren't the only ones with their own fighting techniques.
Owning an esoteric text of a combat style will allow its skills to be acquired in the sculptor's idle skill menu. Each enemy defeated provides skill experience. Skill points are acquired once enough experience is gained, which can be spent to unlock skills. Some skills can also be learned by obtaining items or defeating enemies. Thanks, Dreklo, for the host. Appreciate it, man. If you like Battlefield and other games, definitely check out Dreklo. He's part of the Cheesecake Mafia.
I found one.
A shinobi tool?
Yes.
I said before that your prosthetic arm was a fang, but by fitting shinobi tools to your arm, you'll be able to change the form of that fang. Thick shields, break them into splinters. Swift foes, bring them down from afar. Fitting more devices means more ways to slay your enemies. If there's someone that needs killing, there's a proper way to kill them. That's all there is to it.
Seems you know this prosthetic very well.
I should calm myself. The more I speak of bloodshed, the more demonic my sculptures will become. Give it ear. I'll fit that tool for you.
So there we have another little bit of foreshadowing where he says that the more he talks about bloodshed, the more demonic his sculptures will become. But we can talk more about that later, I suppose. A shuriken wheel prosthetic tool. Pull a shuriken loaded into the wheel and launch it at a target in a single flowing motion. The swiftly thrown shuriken damages enemy vitality and posture, particularly against those with a tendency to take to the air. So if you hit somebody out of the air with this, it does more damage and more posture damage as well. Shinobi Firecracker. Unleashes an explosive flash that briefly blinds foes and inflicts posture damage on beast-type enemies. Has a wide frontward field of effect that can impact multiple foes at once. Suitable for temporarily immobilizing enemies and particularly good for scaring beasts. So you can use this to interrupt some enemies' attacks and get your own attacks in on them. But if you use it on beasts like dogs and gorillas and that sort of stuff, it'll actually stun them and scare them for a lot longer.
No matter what I do, any Buddha I carve is an incarnation of wrath. Thus is the fate of those who owe a deep karmic debt. You'll understand when you try carving one for yourself one day. So, need something?
When you try carving one for yourself one day, that's also foreshadowing to, if you do one of the endings, you can see Wolf sculpting an idol here in the dilapidated temple.
If you want more forms for that fang of yours, you'll need to search for more shinobi tools. There's no turning back from this path now. The least I can do is load your arm.
So when we first get a prosthetic tool, when we wander outside, a spirit emblem will come towards us. Spirit emblems are required to activate prosthetic tools and are consumed each time these abilities are used. Spirit emblems can be obtained from defeated enemies in the world and purchased enemies from sculptors' idols. If you pass near them, they will find their way to you. So instead of having mana or bullets like we had in the other game, you have these emblems. I remember there being some way to look at the item description on these. Spirit emblem, drifting white paper doll. Feelings of remorse are not limited to the hearts of mankind. Such a sentiment may even manifest itself in a fleeting, illusory form. Using certain actions, such as prosthetic tools, will consume spirit emblems. So, you not only get spirit emblems from certain types of enemies when they die, like monks and beasts might have a higher chance of giving you spirit emblems, but you can also find them on the bodies of the dead in certain areas and at like a grave sites. You'll see like a pile of dead bodies, and then you'll have a couple spirit emblems that will make their way towards you. And if you take a look at the emblem there, you can see that it's like it's a piece of paper in the shape of an angel or a spirit. And similarly here, we can see other paper offerings adorned all over the temple, where these are like memorials to lost loved ones and like messages to them that have been placed on the altar for when they pass on. You also check out Cabretti, by the way. He's also part of the Mafia. He fucking loves cheesecake. And unlimited breadsticks. Breadsticks and cheesecake. It's what it's all about. Didn't I hand in a seed?
I'm glad you've come, Master Wolf.
Shouldn't I have 2 heals then?
Did I hear the
It was, I was...
Does if it he
There we go. I didn't rest originally, I guess. Probably acquire a skill now too, can I? Order 1 slash. A spinning attack that can hit several enemies at once. The sharp cut combined with the force of the spin can strike multiple foes and deal damage even when guarded. When surrounded by enemies, the shinobi technique can cut open a path to victory. Yeah, big love, man, big love. Combat arts are special attack skills based on the strengths of the fighting style they belong to. They must be equipped in the equipment menu to be used and can be learned through the skill menu or found in esoteric text. Because the game was published by Activision, there's way more hand-holding in this game. There's constant tooltips and constant cutscenes and dialogue because they wanted to, like, typically you don't associate that sort of stuff with FromSoft. They're just kind of like suffer and figure it out on your own for the most part. But because the game was published by Activision, there's a lot more of these kind of tool tips and everything.
Close your eyes. Hear the bell speak to you. Metal. Furnace. The bells chime. And awaken old memories from their slumber.
Cabretti giving another sub to Speed84. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. So earlier I was talking about kami, which is like what Japanese people, the Japanese word for spirit. You have good spirits, which are kami, and you have bad spirits, which are commonly called yokai. And a demon is, the word for demon is oni. But when it comes down to spirits, it's not just that you have like specific deities that are associated with good or bad things, but the Japanese believe that like any everyday object and any aspect of nature can also inhabit spirits or spiritual energy or spiritual possession, if you want to call it that way. So they believe that every rock and river has spiritual energy about it. Every tree, they even believe that trees can attract bad spirits or good spirits and inhabit them as a vessel. But when it comes down to everyday objects, personal possessions can have spiritual significance as well. So when we offer this bell to the idol in the dilapidated temple, the Buddha, Buddha is basically like the Japanese interpretation of God as a whole. So Buddha shows us a memory that Wolf has lost. Earlier on in the game, he wasn't able to remember any of the events of that night when he was talking to Anayama the Peddler. But because the bell charm has spiritual significance to both Kuro and Wolf, it's able to awaken this memory that we get to experience, this area which is the Harada estate, 3 years in the past. So if you think about it, like, you can have like a really mundane object that really doesn't mean anything to anybody else, but because that object belonged to somebody that you care about, or you have a certain memory attributed to that object, it becomes inhabited by spiritual significance. So I know that people think that there's like this big disparity between the Western philosophy of what it means to be a spirit and the Japanese philosophy of kami and yokai and their type of spirits, but there really is a lot of similarity between it. It's just you have to use the right kind of terminology to articulate that sort of stuff. So when it comes down to why does the bell charm activate memory that Sekiro has forgotten, it's because of the spiritual significance between the bond that Kuro and Wolf share. Yeet. Here we have another one of the Nightjar. He's the only Nightjar that's in the area. as far as I remember. But they're supposed to be like the elite guards of the Ashina clan, which the Harada estate. Harada is a... The Harada are considered like vassals of the Ashina clan. They're in subordination to the Ashina clan, but the Harada is still part of like the noble family, if you want to put it that way. And as we'll come to find out later, what family means in this game is usually that blood doesn't necessarily determine who is your family. Hey, iPath, how are you, man?
You're the son of Owl.
What happened?
Thieves at Hirata Estate. You must hurry. The divine heir.
What year is it?
What year? An odd question.
Tell me.
It's the year of the Dragon Spring pilgrimage.
The Dragon Spring pilgrimage? That was 3 years ago. What is this? The sculptor mentioned an old memory. I don't remember any of this, but it appears this is the past.
So we're essentially reliving a memory from 3 years ago that Sekiro appears to have suppressed. I would imagine this is probably due to the trauma of having died and been resurrected again, but nothing clearly states exactly why he doesn't remember any of this. Dousing powder, medicine for treating burns, heals the burn status abnormality and for a time decreases burn buildup, increases burn resistance, and reduces damage from incoming burn attacks. When fire is used on the battlefield, dousing powder is crucial for survival. I believe later on we can get an item that is basically a different type of seed that it cures all abnormality effects and heals us to full. I think it's called Divine Grass, if I remember correctly. And I believe what we're looking at here in the dousing powder icon is when you germinate a seed, you put a seed in water to test to see whether it will be able to grow a plant or not. If you put a seed in water and little sprouts don't come out from the bottom of it, it is basically a dead seed. It's not going to work. So I believe that what the dousing powder icon is a germinated seed of the divine grass, which we'll see more of later on. And they basically took this germinated seed and ground it up into powder that helps us prevent burn. Treasure carp scale, sparkling scale from a treasure carp. To the average person, it is just a beautiful scale, but there are some who exalt a certain master, who consider these scales among the most precious things in the world. For this reason, collecting them would be worthwhile. Plain oil, when the jar breaks, the oil covers everything nearby. Enemies doused in oil are easily set alight, causing them to take additional vitality damage from fire attacks, and making them more vulnerable to the burn status abnormality. So it not only increases the damage of the next fire attack, but it also increases the chance that they'll be burned. When an enemy's burning, they constantly take both vitality and posture damage. Oh. We can see here that some of the the grappling hooks here are turtles with incredibly long necks. So most of the grappling hook things that we use throughout the game are actually depictions of animals, little animal statuettes. What did I just hit there? What the hell? That was weird. I hit like a basket or something in front of the guy instead of hitting the guy himself. No, I think my sub alert is Andrew WK. Yeah, he's on like the Tonight Show or something, showing somebody how to dance. Yeah. I can't remember what any of my alert things are. We can see the Ashina clan symbol all over here.
Know about carp scales? The sparkling, shining scales of the treasure card. Bring them to me, and I'll reward you handsomely.
So there's the divine grass that I was mentioning before. You can see the similarities between the seed that we see and the dowsing powder icon. A secret medicine that fully restores vitality and cures all status abnormalities. One small part of Ashina is exceedingly old. The ancient soil, rocks, and water that pervaded the land are said to have attracted the attention of the gods. The Dr. Dogen studied the plants in this ancient place, resulting in the recipe for this special medicine. Withered red gourd. A curved, withered red gourd filled with the medicinal water. The gourd's medicine refills upon rest. Reduces burn buildup and slightly increases burn resistance. It cannot heal the burn status abnormality, however. Mask fragment right. A fragment of an old dancer's mask. The original must have been broken into several pieces, and this fragment appears to be the right side of the mask. When we attain all the pieces of the mask, we can turn XP into attack power, which allows us to go beyond the cap from increasing it from killing bosses in a playthrough. Floating passage text. Compendium on the combat art floating passage. Skill unlocked upon acquiring this item. Unleash attacks in a flowing dance-like form, overwhelming enemies in a furor of graceful aggression. This technique belongs to the Ashina sword school, though it has been deemed heretical due to its foreign origin. Tomoe is the mentor of Genichiro. She taught him everything she knows about combat, and she originally comes from the Fountainhead Palace. You can also see Genichiro use the same combat art when we fight him throughout the game. It's the wombo combo where he jumps through the air and swings his sword like a maniac. It's considered heretical because the Okami were at one point at war with the Ashina clan.
I thank you for your kindness. Please, bring more scales soon. If you bring me any scales, if you have any, I'll reward you handsomely. Bring me some
Another fish I can kill yet? Yeah, this is set at the end of the Sengoku period. So Ashina is one of the last clans that are resisting the central Japan's conquest of the rest of the country. And the Ashina clan is an actual clan that existed in the Sengoku era as well. So, whereas when we're talking about like, Bloodborne and Dark Souls, we can only infer that those are from like medieval Europe or from Victorian era London, this game actually mentions the Sengoku area. It says that it's set in Japan, and it refers to actual historical parts from that era. So the Ashina clan was a clan that actually existed, and I think they even had a very similar icon that we see in this game. And the Interior Ministry is just a blanket term for the central forces of Japan that were attempting to unify the country. But Ashina wanted to remain independent and didn't want to be a part of that rule. The Sengoku era is marked by civil war throughout the entirety of the nation of Japan, and the period that followed, because they were unified and not at war all the time, led to a lot of like advancements and that sort of stuff. Yeah, the other games, it's just implied that those other things were happening, or were from those periods or from that place. Like, when you play Bloodborne, it never says that you're in London. Like, you're in the city of Yarnum, right? But, this game actually mentions historical stuff. So it makes it a little bit more grounded in reality, even though it's obviously a fantastic interpretation of Japanese history. You're a cat. You are a cat. Do you understand? You're a good girl. You're a good. Here we can see some of the vassals of the Hirata estate and some of the dudes that would have been trying to defend the area against the thieves. If you face a lot of the enemies in this game head on, it's basically a recipe for failure. So finding out or learning the level layout and using stealth to your advantage is usually the way to go. Oh, he actually saw me there. In other games, they let you pet the dogs. In Sekiro, you can parry the dog. Piss. Hey, Fluffy. When we broke into Harada Estate, we found a barrel that spewed flame. The boys lit a roaring bonfire with it and made merry with the drink. Must have been a shinobi's tool. Flame barrel, an iron barrel that spews fire, can be fitted to the shinobi prosthetic to become a tool. It is difficult to control the rage-filled red eyes with the power of man alone. However, a fire-based weapon could be a means of resisting them. They are said to fear fire above all else. So see how there's spirit emblems above the bodies of the dead? All these people were murdered by the thieves. So we get spirit emblems from their corpses. So you either get spirit emblems from dead bodies, or you get them from places that are spiritually significant. Places or enemies, for that matter.
Those worthless bastards.
Hello?
You are Shinobi, if I'm not mistaken. Take the Shinobi axe from the temple and split their skulls wide open. Please.
Will do, boss. Will do. Gokan sugar. Sugar candy made by shinobi hunters of Misen Temple, sustaining Gokan's blessing. Reduces posture damage taken for a time. Bite the candy and take the Gokan stance to impart its inhuman benediction. Misen monks are well versed in the art of killing shinobi, an undertaking that demands a body with an unshakable core. So the spear-using, bald-headed monks that we can see throughout the game come from Misen Temple, and they're specifically geared towards killing shinobi. They're also particularly obsessed with wealth. They usually drop heavier coin purses, and you can eavesdrop on a couple of them where they're like, oh man, everybody around me is dying, but will I get paid? Like stuff like that. The Curie counter enables one to counter enemy thrust attacks by stomping down on an enemy's weapon, dealing a large amount of posture damage. It is nearly impossible to perceive the speed of a thrust, but not for sharp eyes of a shinobi. The first gameplay that was shown of Sekiro, when they showed the Makiri counter, people were like freaking out because it looked so goddamn cool. Like they go to thrust you with their sword, and you literally just stomp down on it and prevent the attack from happening. Those some big ass roosters, boy. I know that there's like the zodiac and everything. I'm not gonna say that there's some sort of significance to there being rooster enemies, but I'm just gonna look up what the rooster signifies in the zodiac. People born in the year of the rooster are deep thinkers that are always busy and devoted to their work. They always want to do more than they are able, and if they undertake a task beyond their abilities, they are disappointed. So yeah, probably no real significance to why the hell there's rooster enemies in the game, but it is fun to speculate about that sort of stuff because we do see a lot of the same kind of enemies in the game that we see in the Zodiac. Roosters, dragons, monkeys, etc. Alright, this is the best eavesdropping in the whole game. This is my favorite line, and this is like the main reason why I play the game in English. Just to hear the specific line of voice acting. What am I doing here?
We burning this temple next, boss?
No, leave it. Go on to the next one.
But if there's any offerings, we could give them to Lord Juzo.
Enough! We don't take from Buddha. How many times do I have to tell you before it sinks into your thick skull?
Please, don't get angry at me, boss. I'm sorry my skull's so thick.
I don't think it really came through the stream so much there, but the way he says that, it's almost kind of like Patrick from SpongeBob. I'm sorry, boss. I'm sorry my skull's so thick. And they may be, you know, common thieves who have broken into an estate and are burning it to the ground while they loot the place, but they're still not so depraved that they'll steal from an offering to the Buddha. Just get hit by everything already. Sheesh. So the guy who was dying on the wall before said to find the axe and split their skulls wide open. A heavy black iron axe used by shinobi. This boorish axe is used less for cutting and more for breaking things with its weight. Once the favored weapon of a shinobi known as the Bounding Monkey of the Sunken Valley, it was lost along with his left arm. So the sculptor goes by many names. The sculptor, orangutan, but when he was originally a shinobi who trained in the Sunken Valley, he was called the Bounding Monkey of the Sunken Valley, which is the place that he trained in. He trained with a compatriot of his, and they were both masterless. Typically, when we're talking about shinobi, there's always a master and then somebody under them, but the orangutan and his counterpart Kingfisher, they didn't have masters of their own. They were completely free. So here we can get a better look at Anayama's outfit. So like I was saying before, there is no Patches in the game, but Anayama is effectively Patches' counterpart. You can see he's got a seashell patch over his right eye, and his clothing is made from patches.
Hey, good sir. Are you a looter too? Good sir, you look like a shinobi, I think. Are you looking for something? Well, in any case, I found this place first. So, keep your eyes peeled out there, huh? And, don't let the door hit you on the... Oh, by the way, while I was on my way here, I saw a 3-story pagoda on top of some cliff. It was a fine pagoda. Really fine. I bet there's some kind of treasure kept in there. Gotta be. That's what I think, at least.
So he tells us to skedaddle because he knows that we're not part of his troop. But he does give us a little bit of intel saying that there's a pagoda with some loot possibly up there. I like these blue flowers in this area. I'm pretty sure they're only in this little courtyard here. There's no significance to them, obviously, but they are pretty, though. Another Jizo statue. It's easier to make out if I have the monocular at this point, but you can make out one of the Misen monks through the bamboo here. And there's also a couple items, so you know right away that there's a way to get around here and find some loot.
Open up! Open up or else! I can hear you whispering in there! If you don't surrender peaceably now, you're gonna regret it later! Hey! Can you hear me? Hey!
Oops.
Who are you?
I'm not a thief.
You're the young lords. Oh, thank goodness. Honorable Shinobi, those filthy bandits are after the young lord. They've already climbed the hill and set the estate on fire. It looked as if the young lord had no way to escape.
I beg of you, Shinobi. Please rescue the young lord.
I entrust this to you.
This is a little bit of foreshadowing because later on we're going to fight Juzo the drunkard who uses poison attacks in his repertoire.
I pray it is of help.
Thank you.
Not necessarily sure whose voice that is. It does sound familiar, but I don't think it's really anybody significant.
Please, try not to move. It'll make your wounds worse.
No, I must go. There is a shinobi hunter among the bandits. He's highly skilled. If I don't face him... Oh!
I forbid it. You are in no condition.
Music in this area reminds me of Upper Cathedral Ward. It's got the same kind of strings and like foreboding kind of nature to it.
You're the young master's shinobi.
Yes.
What good are you? You were nowhere to be seen when things went south. Wait, tell me.
I hate you, and I think you should die. You are an idiot, and I hate your voice. There's no room on this paper to properly describe how much I hate you. Go die.
Yes, it had to be you. I hope you die, traitor.
Hi, Ashen1. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. So this guy here claims that if we weren't around when Kuro was getting attacked, then maybe we're in on it. Maybe we're like a traitor to Kuro and his family and everything. Hey, thanks for the kind words. I appreciate it. But this is also another kind of like slight little foreshadowing because it isn't Wolf who was responsible for the actions that we see taking place here. It was actually Owl. There's two versions of the Hirata estate that we can explore. One is this initial kind of finding out and kind of resurfacing of Wolf's memories. But then when we do the second version later on, we can eavesdrop on another conversation where it confirms that Owl was the intel that told all these people to come and attack at this specific time. And it's Owl who ended up being the big traitor in the story. So this guy's not necessarily wrong, but he's placing his blame in the wrong direction. I like this little, like, there's a route for water to take. So you can see it runs into here and then goes down into a well. And when we go up this way, we can see how it feeds down from the river up here and goes down to all the other little houses and everything. It's like a little, it's kind of like an aqueduct, I guess you could call it. Check out the Sen. A very nice number. Trying to think if there's anything I need to spend money on right now. I don't think there is. Oh, I gotta go equip those tools. That's what I need to do. I'll probably spend all this money on spirit emblems to make sure I have a good supply. As you get further on in the game, spirit emblems become more expensive, so you're better off buying them as early as you possibly can.
I'm glad you've come, Master Wolf. I still don't understand the particulars, but it appears as though your body is no longer confined by the rules of our world. Come and see me if you notice anything alarming.
I will.
Goodbye.
So because Sculptor is missing his left arm, you can see that he holds the sculptures with his legs when he's working on them.
So, you're back.
Was that a dream? Or was it real?
Whether it was a dream or it was reality, I have no idea. There is one thing I can tell you. The great Buddha has seen fit to awaken old memories within you. What you felt, what you remembered, that is what it all depends upon.
I'm not sure if what I saw is what truly happened.
That's how it works.
The strength of the loaded axe lies in its heft. One strike can easily turn a wooden shield into splinters or shred an enemy's posture. So typically people just use this to break shielded enemies. It'll destroy the shield entirely, allowing you to attack them. But not only does it do damage as well as posture damage, but it also has incredible poise behind it. So when you use the loaded axe, once you're far enough into the swing, you actually can't be interrupted and you're gonna land it no matter what. So it's handier in a lot more situations than I think people give it credit for. Flame Vent deals fire damage to enemies via a short-range blast of fire, while also inflicting the burn status. It is difficult to control the rage of those with red eyes through the power of man alone. They do, however, fear the flame above all else. This tool has the power to make them tremble. Flame Vent is also incredibly underrated. When you burn people, it not only does damage, but the burn status means that they're constantly taking health and posture damage as long as they're burning. So the way that it works is you do more posture damage to an enemy the less health they have. So if an enemy is at full health and you just sit there and try to spam L1 and deflect them, it won't actually do too much posture damage to them. But if you reduce their health pool and then deflect them, you'll wear their posture down faster. So if you use Flame Vent at the beginning of a fight, it not only does the damage that it does, but it helps you break their posture easier later on as well. So if you're wondering why you're sitting there trying to break their posture and it's not working, it's because you have to hit them a bunch of times before you can effectively break their posture.
The Shinobi prosthetic. Appears you've taken to it quite well. Here, this is for you.
Prosthetic Esoteric Text, a book of secrets that details a variety of techniques for use with the Shinobi prosthetic, grants the ability to learn prosthetic style skills. Blah. Written by a man who abandoned the path of the Shinobi, but could not bring himself to discard his painstaking research. He never expected to pass these on to anyone else.
What is it?
It contains ways to bite into your foes with that fang of yours. In other words, fighting techniques for your prosthetic arm.
I see.
I had thought that prosthetic techniques wouldn't ever be needed again, but it seems I was wrong. Another time, then. I'll lend you shelter any time.
I think this is going to be more useful for now. And I'll just spend all of these on spirit emblems. Nice! Alright, so now that I have a few more prosthetic tools, I'm a little bit more well equipped. I don't really want to fight Juzo or Lady Butterfly yet. Yeah, I'll clear up to where the serpent is, and then I'll go back to Hirata Estate. I like to grab the flame vent before I fight the ogre, because it makes it a lot easier. So you can use a Gachian Sugar here. You run up along this path to get behind the ogre without him noticing you. You crouch, and then you can get a death blow for free. Much easier once you get the free death blow in and then use the flame vent. I think I turned the volume up a little bit too much. Can you explain how does the spirit emblem stock work? I mean, I'm not really sure what you mean by that, like how we hold them, or like why we only have so many? Because if you want to learn about the spirit emblems, you have to go and buy them where it has the description about them. But they're essentially just little pieces of paper, drifting white paper dolls. Feelings of remorse are not limited to the hearts of mankind. Such a sentiment may even manifest itself in a fleeting, illusory form. Using certain actions, such as prosthetic tools, will consume spirit emblems. So they're basically like these little pieces of paper that are imbued with spiritual power, and we use that spiritual power to use our prosthetic tools. It's kind of weird because, like, when you're using the prosthetic tool, you kind of think of it as being like ammo, right? Like you think that you're firing shurikens, so you're losing ammunition. But it's more so, I guess, that the prosthetic tool is imbued with a sort of like spiritual power that these things replenish. So it isn't like it's just an arm. It's an item. It's a tool that we use as an arm. So when the sculptor was using it and he was killing people, all the karmic debt of the people that he killed went into the arm. He used the arm to kill people. So if that person had bad karma, then that karma basically got deposited into the arm as spiritual energy. So we use it in the same fashion. We not only accrue a karmic debt into the arm, but we use emblems with spiritual power in order to use it in the first place. if you know the one ending, the Shura ending, when you do the Shura ending, it's Sekiro's or Wolf's left arm like basically turns into flame, and then his right arm is normal. So it's because of the way that he uses the prosthetic tool throughout his adventure and the karmic debt that it accrues. When you, like I said earlier, when you kill somebody, you basically inherit their karma. So if it's bad karma, it gets dumped into the prosthetic arm. Alright, here's the most important item. The most important item for the run. The Nightjar Monocular. A bamboo tube used to see distant objects. While shinobi already have good vision, looking through this tube with one eye enables one to see even further. The Nightjar ninja serve Ishi and Ashina, guarding the rooftops of Ashina Castle, their sharp eyes on the lookout for any would-be trespassers. No, not much escapes the eyes of a Nightjar. So now we can zoom in on people. The Nightjar Monocular works better if you have depth of field disabled. Otherwise, whenever you zoom in, it turns depth of field on. It makes it hard to make out any details. There's some skill that I forgot to read. Shinobi Medicine Rank 1, a latent skill that increases the healing effect of recovery items. Latent skills are basically passives. They're always on. You don't have to equip them or use them. They're just always available, depending on the context. Medicinal knowledge is vital for a shinobi's survival. Receiving wounds in battle is inevitable. The only way to learn such techniques is to be gravely injured time and time again by worthy opponents. So, while the item here says that like the more we get injured, the more damage we can sustain, this also makes medicine more potent because we not only use the medicine more often, but we get injured time and time again. So this makes medicine more potent as it goes on. Another gourd seed. Shit.
I know.
Over there!
Oops. Oops. Stop that. Little freak. Gecko. These little dudes here, as you just noticed, if they spot you, they'll alert other enemies to your presence. So try to take them out first if you can. Oh god. Stop walking on, please. Fucking hell. Let's try that again. Who noticed? Motherfucker, I just did the same thing again. Screw it. I never had that happen before. Like, I do the same thing every time, but for some reason this time he noticed me twice in a row. Fine, I guess. Couldn't even recover from that at all. You can get a death blow on that guy just by sneaking up on him, like I was trying to show. But the game wasn't having any of it today, I guess. So that was a pretty good fight. I don't usually use the combat arts that effectively, but it was a lot of fun. Gaining distance away from the target, letting them swing, and then following up with either the shuriken charge or the combat art, the whirlwind slash, is actually a lot of fun. Divine confetti. Confetti imbued with the divine blessing made for driving away apparitions. The paper is made ceremoniously, whereby pulp is spread thin using water from the exalted fountainhead. As the gods bless the waters, so too will the confetti bless one who basks in its touch, allowing attacks to connect with apparition-type enemies. So there are enemies that are basically ghosts, and if we don't have divine confetti, our sword will just go through them, and we can't do any damage to them. But even though the description says that it allows us to have attacks connect with apparition-type enemies, divine confetti actually increases your damage against any enemy. So even if they're not a ghost, you can still use divine confetti if you want to do more damage. Temple posting. Turn back if you value your life. You can't behead the headless. Our swords and pikes did nothing. When you're dealing with those ledge jobs, you have to jump and then press X or whatever the appropriate button is in the air. I guess it's square in this case. It shows Xbox controllers because I'm on PC. So I'm using a program that makes the computer think that my PS4 controller is an Xbox controller. There is a headless that you can fight down here, but I never fight him this early. I always wait until later. Divine confetti is really hard to come by, and these things are pretty brutal if you don't use the right tools to fight them. I mean, I guess I gotta come back this way anyway, don't I? The headless emit a field, like a fog field, that makes it so you can't dodge or move that fast. You can still jump to get around Kohiro. Shinobi path note. Shinobi escape route leads to Demon Bell. There's one of the long arms, an enemy we'll see later on when we explore Senpo in its entirety. And here's our first real look at Senpo Temple in Mountain Kongo. Mountain Kongo is a real mountain from Japan. Do not ring this bell. Inviting misfortune is an act of virtue, but only the stoutest of hearts should ever consider it. demonic spirit sealed within the iron bell of Senpo Temple possesses those who ring the bell, strengthening enemies around them. The bell demon confers hardship, but perhaps also slightly better spoils. Using this item has no particular effect aside from causing the demon to leave. So, enemies do more damage, but you also get more item find. So, items will drop more, or enemies will drop items more frequently, and they'll also drop items that are more rare. So you might only see particular items from an enemy when you're wearing this more often. So you have the demon bell as well as the item possession of balloons, but there's no other stat that increases possession find. It's just the two buffs you can get. What's up this way? Nothing. I was not paying attention to my health at all. I'm not gonna lie. I knew I was poisoned, but I was like, oh, I'll just deal with it.
Take my blood and live again.
So the first time you resurrect, you get a little cutscene there. No, I was supposed to heal and I just forgot. I'm like, oh, I need the antidote powder for later, or something. The Divine Heir's blood grants the ability to return from the dead using a resurrective power. One charge is always restored by resting at a sculptor's idol. Killing enemies restores additional charges. Resurrection becomes unusable immediately after using it, but killing enemies will make it available again. So you see that black score over my resurrective power? If I perform a death blow, the black bar will go away. I can also use a Jizo statue or a dragon's blood droplet to be able to resurrect again. Might as well just carry on through this area. I'm not going to need more than 2 heals for the snake. Hey Kinza, did you see the mod that turns the snake into Thomas the Tank Engine? Second time? No, I have like 400 hours played. Dozens of playthroughs at this point. Sir, you've got red on you. So amidst all the bones and stones we can see everywhere, there's a palanquin. I believe palanquins were used to carry like royalty around in some cultures, but in Sekiro, these are used to make an offering of yourself in marriage, which I will talk about shortly. So that's part of the reason why the snake is looking in at us all casually. It's because it's like, oh, you want some fuck? You want to get married to me? And then we stab it in the goddamn eye. So, kind of brutals. Snap seed. Few wart seeds that make a loud noise if you snap them. Useful for breaking this effective illusion techniques. If an illusion occurs, it is because someone created it. To crush the phantoms and return to reality, one must defeat the creator of the illusion. Snap seeds can be of great help in that regard. So earlier when I was talking about Jizo, we learned that piles of stones are used as a penance for the spirits of children that cannot make it into the afterlife because of the grief they caused their parents. So, in many different cultures, there's life, which is the world we inhabit, but in order to get to the afterlife, you have to cross a river. Your spirit has to cross a river of some sort. You have the river Styx, which I believe is Greece, and because when an infant or a baby dies, it causes grief to its parents, the child is not able to cross that river into the afterlife. So it piles up stones along the river as a penance for the grief that it causes. Similarly, the parents of the people, or anybody who shares that grief, they can also pile stones along a riverside in order to help that child make its way into the afterlife. I'm not necessarily sure why there's so many of them here in particular. Like, cairns aren't something we see everywhere in the game. We only see them in a few particular places. But, they are in Bloodborne as well. If you remember the Nightmare Frontier in the fishing hamlet, there's piles of stones and piles of seashells in the fishing hamlet. And there's obviously a lot of different parts of the Bloodborne story that have to do with dead infants as well as dead mothers. I'm not necessarily sure if these have anything to do with the snake, but maybe all the people and animals that are dead here, maybe the rocks were placed to help them pay penance. I mean, I don't think any of these are actually human skeletons now that I look at them. It looks like it's all wildlife. Maybe like horses? Or something? I'm gonna look up few more real quickly and see if there's any sort of significance behind it. Fumort is a species of flowering plant native to moist, shady areas in northern Europe and Asia. I'm not sure what the use of Fumort is. Hey, what's up, Dynamic? How's it going, man? Everybody check out Dynamic Fiend. Do it. Currently playing Dark Souls 2. No, I can't really find any sort of significance behind Fumort. Maybe snap seeds? No, when I search up Snapseed, it's just all Sekiro stuff. So yeah, not sure if there's any other sort of significance behind the Snapseeds and everything. This tree here has some interesting details. It's a big old thick boy tree. It's a big one. And we can also see that it's wrapped with rope and has these little ornaments on it. So there's two different things, Yorishiro and Shimenawa. So Shimenawa are lengths of laid rice straw or hemp rope used for ritual purification in the Shinto religion. Shimenawa are believed to act as a ward against evil spirits and are often set up at groundbreaking ceremony. They are also found at Shinto shrines, torii gates, and sacred landmarks. So Shimenawa act as a purifying agent to help purify the spiritual nature of a tree. And then we also have Yorishiro, which are the little ornaments that we can see on the Shimenawa. The Shimenawa is the rope. The Yorishiro are the ornaments on the rope. Yorishiro are objects capable of attracting spirits called kami. Kami is the Japanese word for spirit. And because these attract kami, it gives them a physical space to occupy. So if a spirit or a kami is wandering around and it's just kind of doing whatever, you can use these on trees to not only purify the tree and the spirits that inhabit it, but also to attract friendly spirits to the tree and let it know that it's like a safe space for them, if you want to put it that way, I guess. So, if you've ever seen the movie Princess Mononoke has a lot of different kami references because it talks about like the spirit of nature and all that sort of stuff. But the little dudes with the wobbly heads and all the crazy stuff that we see in that film, anime, whatever, it's a good indication. It shows you like how the Japanese kind of interpret the spirits of nature, if you want to put it that way. Kodama, yeah, that's what they're called. So trees are vessels for nature spirits, and these ropes and ornaments are used to not just purify the tree, but also to attract friendly spirits and let them know that they can inhabit it. And we're going to see a lot of those throughout the game, and they basically signify places that will lead us to the Fountainhead Palace and the Divine Realm. Herb Catalog Scrap. A page torn from the Ashina Herb Catalog, a compendium of flowers and herbs. The snapseed naturally grows in ravines and deep valleys. According to denizens of the Sunken Valley, such places are appropriate for offering oneself in marriage to the Great Serpent. If one wishes to become a bride, they must enter the belly of the serpent in the valley. So this guy is holding a note and looking down into the valley. So I'm not sure if he was trying to get married to a giant snake or exactly what the implication is there. But when we eventually make our way to the Fountainhead Palace, essentially what we're doing is we're offering ourselves in marriage so that we can make our way up to the Divine Realm. The only real interpretation I've had of all the marriage themes in the game is that not only does marriage bind you to somebody else, but you're also offering yourself to that person for the rest of your life. So there's all sorts of references to offerings and the like in this game as well. Why are you locking the other guys for? What the hell? Heavy coin purse. Its weight is very promising indeed.
managed to drive them back once, but the Interior Ministry's army is far too powerful.
And that is why you wish to use the power of my blood. It doesn't matter how much power you obtain. You'll keep on fighting until you're a monster, incapable of feeling pain or fear. I do not wish to corrupt the lives of men.
Look at this mountain of bodies. Ashina cannot be defended by normal means. Not anymore.
I could never be as strong as you, Lord Genichiro. I do not yet know what it is I should do.
It has been a long time since that happened. Wait all you like. It'll do you no good.
So Genichiro is saying that the land of Ashina is basically losing the fight against the Interior Ministry. Look at the mountain of bodies, look at all the destroyed villages and portions of the place that have been destroyed. If we don't do something soon, something radical, we're probably just gonna get wiped off the face of the earth. And Lord Kuro is struggling with the nature of his power. He's kind of saying that he knows that his blood will offer immortality to somebody like Wolf, but he's not necessarily sure if the need for that power is something that's going to be beneficial or corrupt the lives of men. So we see Kuro kind of struggling with the nature of his power and whether he should help Genichiro or not. He never ends up helping Genichiro, but we also find out that there can only be one bond between Kuro and anybody else. So because Kuro has set up that bond with Wolf, he can't actually share it with Genichiro unless the bond with Wolf is severed. So it's going to show you that the lengths at which Genichiro goes to defend his country, and Kuro struggling with the nature of his power, trying to figure out what exactly he should do.
Kokage, my poor horse. All it took was a bit of gunpowder. He startled, and now he's dead.
So here we have a guy mourning his horse, Kokage, startled by some gunpowder and had a heart attack or something to that effect. So this horse is Kokage. Gyobu's horse is Oni Kage. And you also have Chikage from Bloodborne. So let me do a quick little Google here and see if I can figure out what the hell Kage means. So Kage apparently means shadow. Ko might mean child. Oni means demon. And Chi just means chi. So Kage is obviously an affix. It's a word that goes at the end of a word in order to give it meaning. So my loose interpretation of these things is that Kokage means child shadow, Onikage means demon shadow, and Chikage likely means blood shadow. But I think there's multiple interpretations of the word Kage. Like, Kage doesn't necessarily just mean shadow. It can also mean, like, the other side of something. Like, the other side of... Like, the other side of you might be your shadow. I mean, I'm kind of, like, butchering this, obviously. But there's two horses in this game that have Kage in the name. And then we also have the blood sword from Bloodborne, which is called Chikage. So maybe it's more typical in Japan than I'm giving it credit for, because obviously you can't just Google a word and then understand the true, like, total meaning of it. But I do find it interesting nonetheless. I don't know much about Japanese. I barely know anything about the language, but it is definitely an interesting language, especially when you account in the differences between Japanese and English. Ooh, that was a little bit of clipping. Alright, I'm gonna go back and wrap up the Hirata estate before I make my way to Gyobu. Gyobu is also referred to as Gyobu the demon, and you even have Oniwa in his name. Oni is the Japanese word for demon.
Notice anything different?
Yes.
Like what?
I died. The divine heir's voice reached out to me, and suddenly I was alive again.
So you died, and now you're alive again. So that means it has to do with resurrection.
Resurrection?
Lord Kuro. It's said to be a power of the divine heir's dragon heritage. Those who have been given the power of resurrection. They are revived upon death, repeatedly.
Impossible.
Yes. It is rather strange, and yet, it is happening here and now. Let me know if you notice any more changes. I don't think the power of resurrection comes without a cost.
The cost she's referring to there is dragon rot. The more the resurrective power of the divine realm gets abused, the more people that Wolf talked to end up succumbing to dragon rot.
I'm glad you... Goodbye.
You need something?
I don't have any new ones, nope.
No matter what I do, any Buddha I carve is an incarnation of wrath. Thus is the fate of those who owe a deep karmic debt. You'll understand when you try carving one for yourself one day. So, need something?
Yeah, they can't actually die from dragon rot.
I'll lend you shelter anytime.
Like, you can't even, you can't really attack NPCs. If you attack an NPC in the game, they're basically, like, invincible. I believe the original plan for dragon rot was to have it kill NPCs, but for some reason they decided against it. I'm not really sure why. When you're playing, like, Bloodborne and Dark Souls, like, killing an NPC is a choice, you know? You either get to see what their quest line ends up being, or you get to kill them and see what cool stuff they drop. But they decided to basically do away with that entire mechanic in this game. I'm assuming it's an Activision thing. Like, it seems very, like, un-FromSoft, if you know what I mean. But the interesting thing about dragon rot is that it only afflicts the people that Wolf has talked to. There's a lot of weird terminology the game uses, like stagnation and overflowing and that sort of stuff. But basically, when Kuro or when Wolf talks to somebody and then he gets resurrected over and over and over again, they become sick, and you have to complete a quest line and do a bunch of other stuff in order to heal them. And while an NPC is sick, their dialogue gets stuck on the coughing and the dragon rot. So if you want to complete certain quest lines, you actually can't even do it unless you cure the dragon rot. You're a cat. You're very cute. face. Hey Jack, what's up, man? Shit, did you notice me? Please don't notice me. I don't want to fight you quite yet. If you think it looks hard now, just imagine how hard it is when you don't have 400 hours played in it. This guy patrols up the path, so I'm gonna wait until he turns tail so I can get a free backstab on him. Absolutely brutal. A purse overflowing with sen. It can be used to acquire the sen inside, hefty enough to bring something resembling a grin to a wolf's face. The sen in this purse is not lost upon death. And we get Gokhan's sugar from both those guys, implying that they are members of the Misen Temple, monks whose job is to kill shinobis. We can also see that they have some spirit emblems of their own attached around their waists. Probably blessings and combat charms. Mibu balloon of soul, filled with fountainhead water and imbued with a blessing for departed souls. If one pops the Sakura pink balloon and prays, those its water splashes upon will acquire more resurrective power for a time. The oldest of the Mibu balloons, Mibu priests are known to pop them as an offering of peace to the departed. Why did the monks want to kill shinobi? Probably because somebody's paying them to, I would imagine. They love money. They fucking love money. But that's also why they use spears and stuff like that. Because if in a one-on-one combat situation, it would be harder for a shinobi to defend himself against a really huge spear. Spears are some of the most powerful weapons in one-to-one combat. Here we have more of the flowers that I was pointing out earlier. What are you murmuring about? What are you murmuring about? Hello, sweetheart. Good girl. This guy's a bit of a shitter, but if you clear the area first, you can get a cheeky little backstab on him. You can see there that he has 2 health bars. Yeah, that guy is brutal. The first couple times I played, I struggled against him big time. But once you learn how to clear the area without aggroing him, use the flowers for stealth, and get the death blow on him. He's really not that bad. I'm also not sure if a lot of people on their first playthrough get the Makiri counter. And the Makiri counter, like any enemy with a thrust attack, almost kind of becomes a joke. You can basically just kind of like lock on, run away, and bait out the thrust attacks, and then just try to... Learning how to Makiri counter as well is kind of weird. Like, whenever you're playing Bloodborne and Dark Souls, when you tap circle, you'll dodge backwards, right? But in this game, it's the opposite. So don't worry about which direction you're gonna dodge. When you see the Makiri, or when you see the danger symbol come up, just like stand still, lock on, and then literally just tap the button, and it should work. Well, as I was saying, Trunk, like, there's the difference between the first couple playthroughs and 400 hours worth of experience. I struggled on every single segment of this game, so while I was struggling, I learned how to use the skills effectively and also how to use the level effectively. It's hard to understate just how useful stealth is in this game, especially when you can get a free death blow on what is essentially a mini-boss. Yeah, I was the same thing. It took me a long time to determine that parrying was a lot better than dodging. I had, like, you know, all the bad Bloodborne and Dark Souls habits built up. Loose prayer beads strung together in offering to a sculptor's idol increases maximum vitality and posture. A prayer bead necklace befits the strong. The ferocity of Ashina's army is renowned throughout the nation. Its generals are especially talented, every one of them accomplished in the Ashina sword style. We'll learn more about the Ashina sword style when we talk to the Tengu. It's mostly situational, Trunk, but you can parry damn near everything in the game as long as you have good enough timing. You can still dodge, obviously, but the range on it isn't that long, and it really depends on what kind of attack it is as well. So everybody check out Ollie. He's also a streamer. Last time I checked, he was playing some God of War. Let's check him out. Why does command not work? Oh. Exclamation point? I did IC instead of exclamation point C. Oops. What was? I can't attack anymore? My R1 doesn't work? That was really weird. Okay. I hate this interface. There we go. Contact medicine. Powdered medicine with poisonous effects used through the ages by Ashina shinobi. A weak poison status abnormality is inflicted upon consumption. By inflicting a weak poison on oneself, all other forms of poison become ineffective. Some shinobi use this medicine for a specific technique. Poison is said to expand the mind. Image than the normal type. There is a tool that we can get up through this path that we assume a stance, and if we get hit while assuming this stance, we appear above or beside the enemy and we can get a free attack in. So if we use the contact medicine with the Mist Raven prosthetic tool, we can essentially make use of its ability even if we're not taking damage. And we can use it to kind of flash step around the enemy and confuse them. So I think that's the shinobi technique that it's referring to. That hit me. Oh my god. Oh, okay, just get hit by everything then, that's fine. That's fine. That should have killed me. Oh, no way. Jesus. Fucked that up pretty bad. See, that's what I mean about not using the direction when you're trying to make Kiri counter. You can think you're going forward, but you'll dodge to the side and get hit anyway. Forgot about the treasure carp that was down here. When treasure carps escape, they always respawn. Yeah, some people think that those fights are easy, but I still struggle with both Emma and Ishin. Guys are brutal. So those are some of the, or that's one of the interior ministry shinobis. You can tell because of the purple outfit and because they're huge pains in the ass. They have sweep attacks, they have thrust attacks, they have got all sorts of different types of attacks. So there is a rumor that the purple shinobis don't have left hands because there's a lot of different themes throughout the game where the left hand is associated with evil and that sort of stuff. But you can clearly see right there that they do have left hands. They just don't use them in combat unless they're the poison type. One of these, or two or three of these guys you can run into later on, they have poison attacks, but it's always the left hand they use to inflict the poison attacks. But while you're fighting them, they basically hold their left hand at their side, and they mostly just use their right attacks while pressing on you. There does appear to be some sort of like disfigurements on the left hand. Like you see how all the fingers are all messed up and kind of like locked in together. So their left hands may be disfigured in some way, but they are definitely there. I think the main thing in the Sekiro story is that when you kill people and you accrue their bad karma, you're essentially kind of doing like a left-hand path kind of thing, where through multiple cultures the right hand is associated with being holy and righteous, and the left hand is associated with evil and bad deeds. It's of course all horseshit. None of that stuff actually makes any sense, but in some cultures they basically believe that if you were left-handed you were like born evil or like of the devil or something, and they would force you to use your right hand, which has some pretty severe psychological consequences. But as far as the Sekiro story goes, like, it was Sculptor's left arm, it's Sekiro's left arm that got lopped off. When you get the Shura ending, your left arm is the one that glows red because of the prosthetic tool. So, while nothing specifically states why it's the left arm, you can also see the same thing with Cleric Beasts in Bloodborne, as well as Manus in Dark Souls. So, there's obviously some sort of theme with the left hand and whether somebody becomes demonic or evil or something to that regard. So I don't necessarily think the Interior Ministry Shinobis are trying to maintain a sense of righteousness or anything, but I'm also not exactly sure why their left hands appear to be so disfigured or poisonous in some cases. I know in some Middle Eastern cultures, they only wear rings on the right hand because the left hand is considered to be too unholy to be able to bear such objects or something to that effect. Here we have a Nashina clan samurai outfit. And the Mist Raven's feathers. A bundle of Mist Raven feathers can be fitted to the shinobi prosthetic to create a prosthetic tool. In Usui Forest to the north of Ashina live many mysterious birds of prey. The Mist Raven is the only one said to have eluded capture by all who have tried. Should you somehow manage it, you'll find it gone, only feathers in your grasp. So when we turn this into a prosthetic tool, we clap our hands together and feathers fly everywhere. If we get hit while we're in that stance, we can like appear above or to the side or behind the target and get a free attack in. I use the Mist Raven feathers mostly against the Sword State Ishin fight, but it essentially means that it doesn't matter, like you can use it against a danger attack when the kanji symbol comes up, so it doesn't matter if it's a thrust attack or a sweep attack or any other damaging source really. If you use the Mist Raven feather prosthetic tool, you will avoid damage from the attack and get the advantage on the enemy. It says that Usui Forest to the north of Ashina, there is a forest we can eventually explore that has a bunch of illusions all over it, and we can find evidence that Lady Butterfly also has a strong association there because there's all sorts of illusory butterflies all over the place. But there's also ties between Owl and Lady Butterfly because they come from around like the same time period. They're both considered mentors to Wolf as shinobi. And when you get the Shura ending, there's at one point Owl stands up on the top of the balcony of Ashina Castle and he lets his name ring out into the night. If you're in the English translation, when you say somebody's name in English or Japanese, depending on whether it's English or Japanese, you'll say their first name first or their last name first. So when you get the Shura ending in English, Owl says, "My name is Usui Ukunze," and then he gets stabbed. But if you're in the Japanese translation, he says, "My name is Ukunzemon Usui," and then he gets cut off. So the first real name of the owl is Usui. So essentially this comes from the owl's forest. I kind of butchered the explanation of that, But TLDR, Owl's true name is Usui Okonzaemon. Okonzaemon. Get back here, you little shit. Oh, you fucker. Not what I wanted to do. God fucking damn it. That was a bit of a slop fest. Alright, definitely want the suppressed presence. Gives me more stealth. A latent skill that reduces an enemy's ability to perceive those who are in stealth. Removing one's presence is part of what defines a shinobi. Grappling hook attack. Use the grappling hook to launch oneself at an enemy, and use that momentum to perform a rolling sword attack. The shinobi prosthetic is the perfect tool for combining movement and attack into one, ensuring no movement is wasted. Not this time, bucko. I never noticed they piled a bunch of straw here to make sure that the fire would spread faster. Brutal. Alright, so before I talk to Owl here, I want to show you guys something. Why are you guys still chasing me? Be gone. So I want to show you an excerpt from Eileen's questline in Bloodborne.
I'm just going to have a Is that you again? I'm afraid I've made a bit of a blunder. I'm just going to have a short rest.
So when you reach the end of Eileen's questline, You find her wounded, lying against something. And she says, "I'm afraid I've made a bit of a blunder."
I'm afraid I've made a bit of a blunder.
Father.
It's you. I'm afraid I made a bit of a blunder. Perhaps the years have finally caught up with me. Don't bother tending to my wounds, no point. It's too late. Wolf, you must take this.
The key to the hidden temple in the Hirata estate given by the owl. The secret temple is located in the very back of the Hirata estate. 2. The Lord is absolute. Defend him with your life. If he is taken, bring him back at any cost. There are 3 major rules to the Shinobi Code. 1 is that the parent is absolute. 2 is that the Lord is absolute. And 3 is that... I can't remember what 3 is. Something about, like, defeat is inevitable, or something like that, or, like, fear is inevitable. I can't remember what the 3rd rule is. But it's basically, like, even if you lose, you have to keep going, or something. I can't remember what the hell it is. When I fight Owl later on, we'll hear all of the rules of the Shinobi Code anyway.
This is the key to the secret temple in the estate mansion. You'll find him. The divine heir. Going through the front is not an option. You'll never get past the fire.
Yes, sir. Perhaps the cliff's just outside of here.
Yes. Return to the estate entrance. You look for a side road along the cliffs. Take the back entrance through the cemetery. That's your way in.
Understood.
Wolf, never forget the Iron Code.
Yes.
The Master is absolute. Wolf, protect your Master with your life.
Father.
So Owl fakes his own death to his adopted son in an effort to maintain the conspiracy behind his role at what happened here at the Hirata estate. Oh, so this must be the cemetery they were talking about.
I bet the estate fire is totally out of control by now. Yeah. If anyone's gonna get out, their only choice is to use this cave. Don't let a single rat escape. Lord Juzo's orders. I know. I don't mind at all. I can't stand selfish bastards who leave everyone else behind at the first sign of danger.
I wonder if there's a way I can sneak around all these dudes. Oh, nice. This guy. So if this is a cemetery, these must be gravestones as well. Now that I mentioned that, I'm pretty sure I recognize these from pictures of graveyards in Japan. So this is that side entrance that we just went all the way around. We end up going through here later on in the second version of the estate. I always forget to rest first. So yeah, it's pretty easy to overlook all the straw everywhere, but this is intentionally laid here to make the fire spread faster. I didn't notice that until this playthrough. As if. You can see that the thieves even killed like women and stuff here. Not just the samurais who were meant to defend the place, but anybody who was here at the Hirata estate ended up getting murdered. A lot of divine confetti here as well, because Kuro has the divine dragon's heritage, and the divine confetti is part of those walls. Not sure which grate you're referring to, but I don't think so. Well, like over here somewhere? Nah. Here we have some lotus pods. Not just to creep out your trypophobia friends, trypophobiac friends, but lotus flowers represent rejuvenation and purification in Japan. They usually grow in really like dank, kind of gross areas. Like you can be like wandering through a swamp and this gorgeous white flower will be growing in the midst of all of it. But the main thing is that lotus flowers represent rejuvenation and purity. And we'll run into more of those later on as well.
You've done well to come this far. For a rogue, you are a worthy shinobi. My duty is to protect the young lord, Lord Kuro. Lord Ishin would never forgive me should I fail. Let us fight together! La! Hear me! My name is Kami Kensa! I fought with the Ashina! Take
What? Oh, fucking, I hate this fight so much. That's why I never fight this dude head on. The dude is always gonna die no matter what you do. And he does way the fuck too much damage for being this early on in the game. I already have the suppression talent, so this should work, I hope, possibly. that much of a difference. Alright, no more Demon Bell, I guess. Forgot I had the Demon Bell on this whole time. I'm like, why is he doing so much damage? Can't use them while I'm crouched. I feel like playing with the FPS unlocked is doing some weird shit. Like a lot of strategies I usually use don't work when I use this mod. Instead of the game being at 9 or 60 FPS, I have it at 90 FPS. I hate this game. This game fucking sucks. As if that was a grab. I don't know why nothing fucking works anymore. But I know I'm done with this game for today. So I will catch you tomorrow, 2 p.m. Eastern. More lore and more struggling against bosses that should be fucking easy as fuck. I'm turning off the fucking mod tomorrow. And then hopefully shit will actually work the way it's supposed to, because I have no idea why nothing works the way it's supposed to right now. have a mod that unlocks the frame rate, but apparently it's not fucking worth it because enemies notice you from a mile away for no reason. See ya.
Yo, Devin with the host. What's going on, man? Thank you so fucking much. How are you? Were you doing some Sekiro lore playthrough right now? Can I have a shout out for Dylan? Devin, I keep doing this lately. It's because Devin and Dylan are like in my chat all the time, and I mix. They sound so similar. Just kill me. Just kill me. Thank you so much, Devin. How are you? Yo, 2 raids like within 5 seconds of each other. This is intense. I suck at Sekiro now, I guess. Fucking Jozu cleaned my clock, dude. Jozu cleans my clock still to this day. Serious Croft, thanks for the follow. But how was the lore? So you're stuck on Jozu right now? I don't even know if I'm pronouncing Jozu right, but it's so addicting. I just binge play it. I heard Washington is a cool state. Yeah, imagine living in Washington, Dylan. Wouldn't that be insane? Yeah, it is nice that I'm seeing the family. Yeah. A shout out to Murder Donut. What were you playing, Donut? Horizon Zero Dawn. Very cool. We just got 2 raids within like 10 seconds of each other, so I just want to say hello everybody that came in with the raid. My name is Redemus. I stream Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday. Mostly I play Bloodborne these days. I do play other Souls games, and I'm trying to work in more variety lately to spice things up, but we're currently working on beating Bloodborne hitless, so beating the game without taking a single hit from an enemy or a trap. Currently, our best run is beating the game with 3 hits. We're trying to work that down and get that beat before Elden Ring comes out. How is everybody doing tonight? Donut Raid. Thank you so much, Donut. I appreciate it. And Devin, thank you. Serious Croft, again, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Welcome in all the raiders. Not really stuck. I put in like 3 attempts. Fuck that fight, though. It's a very frustrating fight. Also, I think one of the reasons that Jozu is one of the most frustrating fights is that you have to, like... there's all those guys you either have to kill or sneak past to kill him, and then he's surrounded by more guys, so you either have to deal with a bunch of gank or you have to pick them off one by one, and doing it the safe way by sneaking past or picking them off one by one takes forever. So if you fuck up the fight and you die, you got to start all over again. It's just a pain in the ass. It's like, it's a bottleneck in terms of annoyance, I feel personally. Finished it. Nice. Are you working on the DLC as well? Taking a break from Bloodborne until Tuesday, then I'll take on Maria. Nice. Did you get Lawrence after I raided you? Out of curiosity. I think I got everything right, chat. Just making sure I didn't forget. No, I think we're good.